And I am so happy to be here. I can see that we've got our new logo on our table class today. But and how about we just
Where
start?
do I find the meetings?
Start off.
I'll request her to join. Okay, thank you. Sure.
Yim's Vancouver.
Morning, Mark Crane, India.
Morning, Michael. How are you?
Thank you, and I'd like to ask our director to introduce the staff.
Today we have a deputy director, Mike Sturbat, administrative services director, Laurel Holmes, operations director, John Cribbins, stewardship director, Lisa Lance, Parks Development director, Heather Saunders, our legislative director, Owen Rowe, tribal relations director, Jen Wilson, human resources director, Amber Hall, our executive assistant, Becky Ellison. Attending virtually today is our communications director, Claire DeVon. We also have our assistant attorney general here today, Andy Brewer. We have some other staff that will be presenting later today with the 3 introductions.
Thank you. So if there are no changes to the agenda, I welcome Becky Ellison to give us some logistics.
Thank you. In case of an emergency, we're going to exit out of the room, head down the stairs, and head out to the parking lot where we were on our bus yesterday. And restrooms are over by the elevator.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to invite our first speaker this morning, Dr. Andrea Thorpe, to present on tap restoration project update.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's great to see you today. So, as you all know, a core component of our agency's mission is caring for Washington's most treasured lands and waters. And in fact, although our total land base might be relatively small compared to DFW, DNR, or the federal land management agencies that are in our state, a relatively large proportion of our land provide critical habitat for many ecosystems. For example, more than 10% of our ecosystems provide critical habitat for rare plants or animals, and more than 40% support ecosystems that are at moderate to severe risk of extirpation. But caring for these lands and waters is not a passive thing. As part of our Natural Heritage Initiative, we've been managing and assessing the ecological integrity in the natural lands within our parks. Through this initiative, we have found that about 30% of our lands are in good to excellent condition. About 30% are in moderate conditions, when that's C to B rank. And unfortunately, about 40% are in poor condition. What our goals are is that we want to keep the ones that are in good to excellent condition in that good to excellent state. The ones that are in moderate condition, we want to move up. We need to actively restore them to move them into that B to A grade. The 40% that are in poor condition, because the resources that would be required to restore them, they are more down in our priority, except for where they support species or ecosystems that are critically rare, either at the state or global level. What I'm going to talk to you about today are just a few of the projects that we have where we are focusing on that active restoration component. We're putting in significant resources to restore these systems for rare species and ecosystems. These include shoreline and estuary habitats at St. Edward, Saltwater, and Toronto State Parks. Sand dune restoration for the critically imperiled San Bernardino moth at Fort Worden and Deception Pass State Parks. Grassland restoration I'm going back, sand dune restoration for the federally threatened Western Plains Clover at Griffith's Friday and Butler State Parks. Grassland restoration on Jones Island, Moran State Park, Hope Island, Skagit, Beacon Rock, and Mount Spokane State Parks. And postfire restoration at Ginkgo Petrified Forest State Park. Now, what these major restoration projects that I've illustrated here today don't include are all of the forest health projects that we have ongoing, all of the many regular management and relatively smaller restoration projects that we have going on by our park staff with stewardship and operations pretty much every day of the year. And the many restoration projects that are primarily being led by the outside partner and service groups. I would love to give you details about all of these projects. They are, the funnest part of my job is working in these projects and really advancing the ecological health of our systems. I don't have time for that today. So I'm going to really focus in on 3 particular projects. The first one starting off just down the road at Ragged Ridge Natural Area Reserve on Mount Spokane. Ragged Ridge Natural Area Reserve is one of 5 natural area reserves managed by state parks. The majority are managed by the Department of Natural Resources and a few are managed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Ragged Ridge Natural Area Reserve was established in 1985 and encompasses 624 acres in the southwest corner of Mount Spokane State Park. The Natural Area Reserve supports 4 rare and high quality plant communities, including the globally imperial meadow community in Spokane, as well as providing important habitat, including cabin areas for elk and moose, and serving as part of a corridor for rare wildlife species, including the Canada lynx. Most of the natural area reserve is in good to excellent condition overall, except for where the meadows have been impacted by ATV use and resulting introduction of invasive plant species. As established through both the Natural Area Reserve RCW, which applies to all of the agencies that manage natural area reserves, and parks on land classification categorization, recreational use in natural area reserves is supposed to be limited to only low impact activities, and only those that do not degrade the preserve. Unfortunately, for several decades, there have been incursions by ATVs that have caused significant damage to the site, particularly the rare meadow community. For several decades, park staff have been working to halt ATV use, but incursion has continued, leading to even greater resource damage. In 2019, we were awarded a state lands restoration grant by the Recreation and Conservation Office, Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. This is the first year state parks was eligible to compete for funding in this category. The goals of the project were to halt all prohibited ATV use, revegetate eroded areas in the native herbaceous vegetation, suppress non-native species introduced by off-road vehicles, remove trees that have invaded meadows in the absence of wildfire, and then educate and engage the public in the future stewardship as a natural area preserve. We have been coordinating with the Department of Natural Resources Wildfire Program to use helicopters to move trees that have been removed through this opening up of the meadow communities to actively block off the ATV site. Andrew Fielding and Parks Operations staff have been coordinating with the adjacent landowners to find additional incursion areas and block those off. We've been working with the Department of Ecology, Washington Conservation Corps crews that have been going out and assisting with weed control and revegetation to the addition native species. Often contracting with a local company that collects native species so that we're using the appropriate seed sources for the revegetation of these areas. Work on Ragged Ridge is particularly challenging because snow hangs out on the ridge for quite a long period into the summer. And then our work video is showing on the other side of things by needing to get out of there before wildfire risk heats up. Because any of the work that we do potentially could increase wildfire risk. It's also extremely difficult to get to unless you're using illegal ATVs. So, so the work has been going on for quite a few years, and we have had quite a bit of success in those initial activities of blocking ATV use and use of revegetation. Future work does need to continue in removing the trees that have been invading the meadows We have worked with a contractor to map out where we have recommendations so we can target our activities in the future to be much more efficient. So I'm now going to move across the state, also looking at a grassland restoration project, but this one is at Jones Island Main State Park, which is located just southwest of Orcas Island. Jones Island is dominated by 3 rare and high quality forest communities, 2 of which are pictured here on the slide. But what is also notable about Jones is that we have 18 remnant prairie bald communities distributed throughout the island, which are circled there in yellow. And in addition to the prairie bald communities, we have remnants of a more open oak savanna. You can see my predecessor rock looking at one of these sad little, actually kind of old oaks, but it has been choked off and overtopped by those over time. The prairies involved in this community and the oak savannas, which are much more open grasslands and scattered oaks, were much more abundant on the island and much larger because of historical fires that we set by native communities to support the native food plants and animal species. These fires have not continued, which has led to the overgrowth of the conifer trees within that habitat. Work on the island was really initially just focused on opening up the habitat around these native oaks. You might refer to them as referred to as either Gary oak or Oregon white oak, same species. Initially, what the work focused on was burdling the trees around the oaks, as well as cutting down some of those trees. And in addition, we've planted hundreds of native oak seedlings throughout the island. What we realized is that we also had an opportunity to look at the feasibility of restoring actual native herbaceous vegetation, so the grasses and the flowering forests, the flowering plants within these prairie balls. And so we have worked with some of the experts in this area who have a nonprofit called Eco Studies Institute to develop a restoration plan that's grounded in using the ecological and trade assessment to measure success of a restoration. Initial work was looking at using herbicides and also to deal with the invasive species and apply native species. But most excitingly, in 2019, we actually brought fire back to the island and did our first restoration or prescribed fire burn on the island. Now, prescribed fire is a fairly common technique used in restoration of grasslands in the South Sound area and then moving down into Oregon. It's a relatively rare technique used in the North Sound prairies, in large part because a lot of these prairies are on islands that are serviced only by boats. And so that introduces a ton of different logistical challenges, including transporting the different crews there, as well as supporting with the pumping of fresh water. It's also limited fresh water available on the island. And so getting this burn off was really a logistical challenge and involved the cooperation partnership of a lot of different people. This is what that burn looks like in September of 2019. You can see the hose leg coming up all the way from the water. We had multiple crews from the Department of Natural Resources, from parks, from the local fire agency coming out and doing this burn. It has actually served as a good training opportunity that a lot of other organizations have learned from and are starting to think about how they can apply it in their management of prairies and islands. And then just this last fall, we went back and did an additional prescribed fire, where instead of having the larger footprint, we focused on these smaller little micro burn areas. We could really target the effectiveness. This not only worked with those same partners that we worked with in the 2019 burn, but it also served as a training for the Island Conservation Corps, which is a new program started off by San Juan County in partnership with Western Washington University. This was, again, another successful burn, and we followed this up with seeding of native plants in forests, and you'll see how it turned out this next spring. But we have some recent beliefs that this burn is again going to be successful. This is what the 2019 burn looked like shortly afterwards. And this is what it looked like the following year, where we had really good establishment of our native grasses. Now, things haven't all been rosy. There have been some lessons learned on the restoration of Jones Island. For those of you who haven't been there, Jones Island has a very abundant population of deer on the island, and unfortunately, those deer will eat anything that they can get their little mouths on, which includes the native flowering forbs. And we should have included the picture of this, but we know what this would look like in the absence of deer because we have multiple exclusion areas where we fence them off from deer. And in those, they're brilliant, lots of camas and sea blush and other native flowering plants that are doing well in the absence of deer, but where the deer are, we pretty much are getting the native grasses. So we are taking the lessons that we've learned from this. We still consider this to be a restoration success. We have a lot of our oak that are surviving on the island, and we are moving this project into the maintenance phase over the next couple of years, and then we'll be applying these lessons to restoration of other prairie grassland falls throughout our island properties. And again, all of our different partners have been very interested in this project and are starting to apply it in their restoration efforts. And then finally, I'm going to move to the outer coast and tell you a little bit about the restoration that we're doing for the federally threatened western snowy plover. The western snowy plover is native to Washington, Oregon, California, and there are a few populations in Mexico. However, despite this very large range, there are very few of the plovers left. It's been estimated that in Washington, we had only about 100 western snowy plovers in each of the last few years. Western snowy plovers, they look like just a little tiny short bird if you're not used to what they, telling different bird species apart. They're very cute, and they form these nests, which are really just kind of indentations in the sand. They might have a few little shells and bits of plants. And then they lay these little tiny eggs that look just like the sand. Like you would step on them if you didn't know that they were there. And out of these little tiny eggs, hatch these little tiny chicks that honestly look like little cotton balls with Q-tips for legs. That you would think would just get blown down the beach. The adults and the chicks feed in the vegetation or the rack line that's along the beach. They feed on insects. And historically, they would have used a fairly large expanse of open sand dune habitats. This is a photo that I borrowed from the National Estuary Program of an area that's been restored down by Morro Bay. And you can see that a native sand dune habitat like this has very small, kind of parabolic shaped dunes with scattered native vegetation. And so you can imagine these little birds scattering around amongst these dunes where they could hide from predators and then have lots of little insects hiding in among these other areas that they could forage on. Now, the problem with this big open sand dune habitat like that is that there's sand moving. And so in order to keep the sand from moving, we introduced European beach grass. Consequence of that is that the European beach grass did what it was supposed to do. It stabilized the sand dunes. It also caused the sand dunes to grow up higher as it pulled in more sand and then more vegetation grew up. It choked off all the native vegetation, and then it shortened that expanse of open sand so that having these large sand dune expanses, we now have just a little narrow linear strip of open beach. And so this has resulted in the loss of habitat for the snowy plover, which is part of why it's so rare, and many other native species. So the snowy plover in many respects is what we consider to be an umbrella species, while the restoration is focused on the plover because it's the rarest species that we're working to restore here. The restoration is going to impact and benefit many other native species. So how do you restore open sand dune habitats? In some ways, it's really pretty easy. You get rid of the European beach grass. There's a couple of techniques for that. One is bulldozing the European beach grass out, as you can see in the upper photo. And the other is using herbicide. This is another project, and really I didn't even include all the partners that we had on the project on Jones. This is another project that really benefits from all the partnerships that we're able to leverage for our work. The work here is funded by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and again through RCO State Lands Restoration Grant. We are also partnering with the Willapa Bay National Wildlife Refuge, which is adjacent to Ledbetter Point State Park. And the helicopter that you saw there was actually doing a large spraying effort across both of our park and Willapa Bay National Wildlife Refuge. So we're able to leverage the resources to be much more effective and efficient in our control. So as I alluded to earlier, restoration and management of these habitats isn't a passive thing. And as Zach mentioned yesterday on the field trip, you know, forest health, very similarly, you know, once you enter into an area and you start working on it, that's just the first step. It's really never ending. And in many ways, restoration and management of our natural lands can feel like a Sisyphean task. Constantly pushing that boulder up the hill, or constantly pushing the beach grass out to sea. And so what our next steps are on all these projects is we are continuing to do that evaluation and making sure that the lands that are already in that good to excellent condition stay in that good to excellent condition. And then we will be using EIA moving forward to continue to monitor these lands and see what lands are in this moderate condition that need to be moved up, and continue to work with our partners to look at what are the areas that might be supporting species and ecosystems of severe conservation concern that we also need to be prioritizing within our work. One of the benefits is that all of this work that we've done is also forming a really good background and framework for work that we have started and are going to be putting a lot more energy into in the next several years, looking at the impacts of recreation on our natural lands. EAA is serving as a framework for work that we're doing with DNR and DFW to look at the impacts of recreation on our natural resources, cultural resources, and also the social experience of recreating within our parks. We have a decision package that's currently under negotiation in the legislature as far as at what level it's going to be funded, but we have determined that we are going to be putting forward a significant number of effort to actually determine at what level is recreation impacting the resources, what are the different actions that we can do to address these resources so that we can provide the right kinds of experiences for our visiting public while also protecting the resources under our care. So thank you for this opportunity to tell you a little bit about what our program has been up to, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was fascinating. And I see that there are questions. Commissioner Bounds?
Hi, thank you. That was excellent. A couple clarification. So the good, the moderate, and the bad, those percentages are percentages of the 10% of the land that you mentioned initially.
So no, so those are different percentages. So
Okay.
the good, that is over all of our lands that we have conducted assessments in. So basically all of the areas that are not classified as recreation, since the goals for our lands that are managed as recreation. So anything that's classified as resource recreation, natural area, natural forest area, NAP, and heritage are areas that we've done these assessments in. So over 75% of the lands that are managed by state parks
Okay.
were evaluated and then included in that 30, 30, 40.
Okay. So that's of the of about 25% of the lands. Is that,
No.
am I still missing the point?
So 30% of 75% is what you're.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. So I got that.
Yeah.
And my question, I guess, really is, so do we have do you have a way of measuring what that we're going from 30% sort of moderate that we're focusing on, and 30% that's good, that what will be the result from the work you're doing today in that distinction? Will we be ticking up a couple of percentage points or half a percentage points, or probably, I get a sense of how
That is a good
this
question.
level of effort gets us to improving the percentage of good.
Yeah, so the projects that I highlighted today are ones that primarily are focused on critically rare species and ecosystems. So the actual overall percentage
Yeah.
of the projects I highlighted today those are the incremental,
Right,
a
right.
smaller percentage. The ones that are going, the projects that we have that are going to have that much bigger increase is where we're investing more energy in the regular control of noxious weed species, where we're doing a lot of effort to, and then follow up restoration by adding in native plant species, native forbs and grasses, and even the forest health work that we're doing. Those projects occur over much broader acreage and can have potentially a larger percentage increase. So it's part of the challenge of we have a dual mandate to both do actions that can have these larger increases, but also we really want to make sure that the rare things that are under our management don't become extinct,
Right,
which is a
right.
little bit of pressure.
Which makes sense. Do we have do you have an expectation of how the metric is going to change over time with the resources we have? I mean, are we
Incrementally,
shooting
slowly.
for, 50% good, over the next 5 years or 10 years or?
I believe in shooting for the moon. So,
Okay.
in my ideal world, all of that 30%, by the time I retire, the 30% are in that moderate condition, will be in the good to excellent condition, and our tools to do so are getting better. There's also been increased recognition of the need for this kind of investment because the impacts to the natural resources are also impacts to tribal treaty rights and cultural resources. And so we're not doing our job if we're allowing those to continually degrade. So I'm optimistic that, hopefully not futilely optimistic, that we'll have the resources that we need to manage our lands, but it is a challenge.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of the level of effort and the expectation
Mhm.
and what's required of
Yeah.
that and if we have metrics to shoot for and
And we have been looking at an assessment of what it would take to do all of the restoration that's needed, and it is on the order of millions of dollars.
no question
Yeah.
about it.
Mhm.
Not unlike our buildings, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I just want to note that I think I heard an agreement that she will not retire until it's all at 100%. Note that. Do we have any other questions? Commissioner Williams?
Thank you, Commissioner Dannenberg. That was really interesting, Andrea. I'm wondering what is our mechanism? Maybe this is a Diana question. I don't know. It seems like when it comes to just habitat restoration and care, obviously our staff on the ground are really important folks in this effort. Maintenance rangers, so forth. So, what's our mechanism for um, teaching them sort of some of this information that Andrea has?
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. I think it all started last fall with the stewardship training that our stewardship director, Lisa Lance, put on. And then we're also going back to the stewardship certification program where it's a very popular program with staff that you take these classes and you complete a stewardship project and you get the really beloved golden salamander for your pin for your uniform. But I think it's really just in the elevation of stewardship into an ELT position and recognizing that that's a lens through which we need to work. And it's as important in our mission statement as recreation, that these things need to come together, and teaching everybody that you're a part of the system too. The environmental planners were at the maintenance conference yesterday and did a really great um, uh, job of talking about how stewardship is everybody's responsibility. They're not the no police of you can't put that in because of this. You can't. It's really your responsibility in your job, in your everyday job, is to continually look through this lens as well. So I think just making it sort of pervasive culturally within our agency, so that people are always looking at that, and then saying when something comes up, or when there's beach grass that's now encroaching in an area, or the deer are now eating the grasses that were burnt, that they have a direct line to stewardship and say, hey, listen, I've noticed this. So getting people to just look and notice and understand what they're looking at is, I think, will help us immeasurably. And so that's kind of our tactic, because not everybody can have a PhD and know intuitively how to manage these things. But if we know what to look for, from the park aides to our stewardship staff, then I think that we're going to be part of, a big, that's how we solve this problem, not how we perpetuate it.
That's great. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? If not, I have a couple of questions. The first one is quick. I'll start with that one. How did the deer get on Jones Island?
Swim.
They swim.
They actually swim quite long distances. Yeah. Well, yeah, some of the island deer are little, but yeah, there's they've actually put trackers on deer and track them swimming between multiple islands. And our Eastern Region steward Andrew Fielding actually at one point was on a boat and followed a deer swimming between islands. He has a great photo. I'll see if I can get it from him and send it out of the deer then photobombing a bunch of seals that were on Posey Island. So seals, rocks, seals, and then the deer is like.
It killed off a lot of the deer
It
or
did.
not?
It
Yeah.
primarily on Orcas Island. Our park staff had to deal with quite a few dead deer there, and on San Juan Islands, the disease did not get to Jones Island.
No, please do. We have time. And so my other question is, it's a little bit more root cause. You gave a couple of examples, one where clearly there was an impact from the use, the ATV use and the degradation. Some that seem like it's more the state at which when we acquired the property.
Mhm.
For that sort of bottom 40%, how much, do you have a sense of like what's driving that level of degradation? Is it mostly use? Is it just, natural degradation or is it just that's how we got it?
All of those things and more. Yeah. So one of the characteristics of our state parks is our parks tend to be relatively small, and they tend to be relatively isolated from other natural lands. They tend to be surrounded by urbanization or from agricultural areas. And so that means that they're also they have higher levels of impacts from all of those outside sources. So when they are in lower to mid elevations, they tend to have had a longer history of human impacts to them, like at Glentana. Glentana is a great example. It is a beautiful opportunity of a natural space. It's also been grazed heavily over time. So first off, there probably was some native burning of that area for many generations, and then that ended. And then you had grazing come in, and that had an impact on those lands. So while that has left a society with a beautiful opportunity of a large open space, it's also something that's had this long history of different kinds of human actions. And so it's a question of what then are we going to try to manage that back towards in order to get that to a natural state, if that's what our intention is. And a lot of our lands are like that. They're either logged in the past or grazed in the past, or because they're small, they have higher levels of invasive species coming into them. We also invite people into our lands, which is a great thing. People also bring invasive species and these impacts to our lands. And so there's multiple challenges. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention climate change, which is an increasing layer because it is increasing the stochasticity or the how many dry years are we having, which is inhibiting the ability for native things to grow. And so all of those things are impacting and compounding upon each other.
Oh, that's fascinating. Commissioner Gunn.
On Ragged Ridge and the ATV access, because I've seen Ragged Ridge from down below.
Yeah.
And so are they accessing it from, they're not accessing it from park property, are they? Are they coming off the?
They're primarily coming in out of the private property that's around the edges below it. Yeah.
Okay, so any other questions? Okay, if not, thank you so much for your presentation. And next we have Nikki Fields, our real estate and planning program manager. And I believe you're going to be joined and we'll introduce your colleague or colleagues. I see multiple people standing up. I'm going to leave you to introduce your colleagues. Yes. We're just going to note the excitement here about the full org chart. That has been that was very impressively empty I must say, last year. So, but we'll be talking about the human resources update later, where we can celebrate this.
Thank you. We'll be presenting today an update on the planning program. And so we have the whole planning program here. So the first thing we'll do is give you a little introduction to each of us so that you get to know who we are and how we came to be working for parks. And then I'm going to talk some about what sort of work the planning program does. Then Michael Hankinson is going to share with us some work that he's been doing to set up a framework to prioritize the projects that we work on. And then we will all work together to give you an update on several projects that are listed in the commission priorities. So one thing I'll mention is that over the last year, the planning program has had a lot of changes. And so if you have been watching presentations from planners for years now, you'll probably have noticed that all of the folks that had been presenting to you aren't in the planning program anymore. And so we've had a lot of changes over this year, and we are now fully staffed up again. And so the first thing we're going to do is to let you get to know each of us a little bit. So I'm going to go around and let each of us talk a little bit about who we are and what led us to parks. We'll start with Michael.
Good morning. I got into parks because as a child, I lived close to Point Defiance Park in Tacoma, and it's a 700-acre park. It's heavily forested with beautiful views of Puget Sound and Vashon Island. It totally affected the rest of my life. I'm a runner, and I would spend a lot of time on those trails. And as I grew up into college, I began to realize parks are designed. I think you could probably get a job, with parks. And so it just stuck with me. I ended up going to the University of Washington, landscape architecture degree, master's in landscape architecture. And I was so lucky. I got a job with the National Park Service. And at the National Park Service, I worked there 5 years, and I got to practice historic preservation as a historical landscape architect. Historic preservation of cultural landscapes, which includes buildings, the spaces between buildings. Really get to understand the history of how parks were developed as a result of that type of a job. And that helped me kind of set the tone for how I think we need to really focus on conservation and access and balancing those things, because it's one of National Park Service's big problems and big challenges as well as state parks. I got a dream job at state parks 17 years ago, and I worked at the Southwest region in basically as a planner, and we did construction projects mostly. I've also worked at headquarters and done several long range projects and kind of big projects. And so back at headquarters now and doing more long range stuff. And that's sort of the story of how I got there. But my values over time are really aligned with our own state parks values. And so that's why I think I've got a good job.
Thanks, Michael. And now we'll go to Alex.
Is this mic working? Yep. Okay. I'm Alex Sullivan. I'm in the planner 2 and training position. My background in education is in political science, so I always saw myself going into some sort of public service. And I also worked somewhat in hospitality, so the idea of overnight accommodations is something that's familiar to me. But I came to parks because I really wanted to find work that aligned better with my values, and doing something about natural resource protection was important to me. Um, and I wanted to be part of the solution instead of contributing to problems. And I've always been very passionate about outdoor recreation. I own horses and ride horses. I love going out and foraging for edible plants and wild mushrooms. I love skiing and hiking. So I think being able to provide those types of opportunities that give people meaning in their lives is very important to me. So that's what drew me to parks.
Thanks. And now, Jen.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Genevieve Dial. I'm one of the new statewide parks planners. Just started at the first of the year, so my first commission meeting. I'm grateful to meet all of you. I have a similar story to Michael. I think that my draw to parks started when I was really young. I'm from Spokane. I grew up just a few miles from Mount Spokane as a kid. I learned to ski there when I was 3. I've taught my own kids to ski there when they were 3. We go huckleberry picking there every summer, but my spot is a secret. And so I think that's where my affinity for parks kind of initiated. And when I was in my early 20s, I had the fun opportunity to actually travel the country for a year. And I stayed in state parks around the United States. And that really illuminated to me just how valuable a state park can be to teach you about a culture, about natural history, the history of people and place. And it really was an inspiring experience for me. And after that, I decided I wanted to go into get my education in environmental studies. I got my bachelor's from the Evergreen State College. And I worked after that at the Recreation and Conservation Office for 6 years as an environmental planner. And that made me aware that planning and recreation were like my passion. So I went on to get a master's in urban and regional planning from Eastern Washington University. I did a little consulting after that with small towns in Eastern Washington to help them get their parks plans together and be eligible for RCO grants. And I worked as a community engagement specialist for the Trust for Public Land on a neighborhood park renovation project here in Spokane. And after that, I worked as a senior land use planner for the Department of Commerce. And honestly, I was really happy there. I loved my colleagues. I respected who I worked for. I really felt like I was making a difference in Eastern Washington communities. And I didn't really ever think I'd leave Commerce. And then this job came about. And I thought, oh my gosh, this is like my dream job. Planning in parks. When I first went into planning school, I wanted to be a parks planner, but I thought it was one of those elusive jobs that never actually happens. And so when it came across my desk, I was like, I have to apply for this job. So I'm totally delighted to be here. I feel like this is the perfect fit for me. And I really look forward to working here and making a difference in these special places.
Thanks, Jen. And now, Lauren.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Lauren Bromley, and I too was hired at the same time that Genevieve was, the 1st of January this year. Growing up, I always felt my safe space was outside. You couldn't keep me indoors for any reason. The minute the sun went down and we were finished, I was back outside. So being outdoors has always been kind of my saving grace. It's where I felt the most myself. And through the years, I decided to go to college, and I got my degree in geography and planning and environmental science as a minor. And I knew that I really enjoyed forward thinking and planning out all of the steps of all of my routines in my day. I didn't realize till later how that particular skill could be applied to an actual career. And I fell in love with geography and planning, and through college ended up working as a wildland recreation specialist for the Bureau of Land Management. And then I ended up in as an environmental planner, and that was in Arizona. So I'm not a native to Washington. But from there, I thought, I really loved working for the government, and I kind of, as an intern, fell in love with that. But because of the path I'd been put on, I ended up in the consulting world, and it was really great for a while. But I really thought, I really like public service, and I really enjoyed that type of work. And so I ended up working for Maricopa County Parks and Recreation, which is one of the largest county park systems. It's 120,000 acres, and I was their only park planner. And just absolutely fell in love with that idea of being a park planner. I desperately wanted to get to the Pacific Northwest, and unfortunately, at the time I was ready to move with my family up here, the parks position wasn't open, so I ended up working for the Department of Ecology as a shoreline planner. I did that for 3 years, and then this dream job position opened back up, and I saw my opportunity to get back into parks and get back into public service. And it just, like Jen said, it was a dream job where I got to use the things that were innately my strong suits of planning and my love of geography and nature, and get to have that as part of my everyday life. It doesn't feel like a job. I get to be out in nature. I get to work with people. I love my new coworkers. It's really becoming quickly a family. We all click so well, and I'm excited to do some of the really important work that we have on our docket for the next couple of years, and see how we can improve the lives of fellow Washingtonians through recreation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And my story is that my very first job, I was 16 years old. I became a lifeguard and a swim instructor for the City of Fontana Parks and Recreation Department in Southern California. And that lifeguard job transitioned into a bunch of other jobs for the Parks and Rec Department. And so I ended up, I worked at community centers, I worked at daycare centers, after school programs, led special events. I did a lot of different kinds of things for 10 years. I worked for Parks and Rec. And what I really loved about it is I felt like I was doing good work, and I was part of my community, and I was contributing something that was important to my community. I moved up to Washington, and I got a degree in landscape architecture. I don't know if you know that Michael and I went to school together at University of Washington. That's where we met. And then my first job after getting my degree was working for Woodland Park Zoo, and I got to work on some sort of small scale designs at the zoo. Mostly I was sitting in an office drawing pictures of things that would come to be, and I realized I don't want a job where I'm sitting in a room drawing pictures of things that are going to come to be. I wanted to be working with the community. I wanted to feel more in touch with people. I wanted to get out and have a more active and role in talking and working with people. And so after I got my master's in public administration, a job as a region planner for the formerly long departed Puget Sound region in state parks came up, and it was like, whoa, this is everything. I get to go back and work for parks again and use my landscape architecture skills. It was everything that I've been looking for all put together. It was my dream job. And so that was 18 years ago. I worked as the region planner for a few years, and then moved to be a headquarters planner. I did that for a lot of years. And just in the last year, I started managing the real estate program. And now we have the combined planning and real estate program. And I'm so lucky to be working with such a talented and passionate group of people here. And I think we all feel like we're lucky to have this job. So moving on about what the planning program does. we have spent some time enumerating it, like you see here on this slide. We put together this charter statement that says that through inclusive and transparent public participation, because that's mostly what our planners do is public participation processes. We're working to connect Washingtonians to their diverse natural and cultural heritage. That's in our mission. We are advancing recreational mainstays while using data to help anticipate future outdoor trends. And we're fostering those community relationships statewide. That's the thing that I wanted from my career all along. And then we prepare plans that help conserve and enhance our unique ecological and cultural resources and promote the benefits of equitable outdoor recreation and identify key issues and offer strategic recommendations for addressing those issues. So this is what the planning program does, and what that ends up being is that we work on a lot of different kinds of things. Sometimes we do research on outdoor trends or how to address particular issues within our park system. We work on master plans and classification and management plans. We sometimes do special projects that are related to historic preservation or partnership, or sometimes stewardship related work. We do grant writing. So our planning program leads our efforts to seek out grant funds every 2 years. And we sometimes work on pre-design reports for the Office of Financial Management. And then also for a few years now, I've been the ADA coordinator for state parks. So, but even if I weren't, the planning program does help state parks comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Michael, who's going to talk about the work that he's been doing to set up a framework for prioritizing our planning projects.
Thank you, Nikki. See a series of questions here on that slide. And when I first started this new job at headquarters, there were a few questions that came up, which was, where do these projects come from? And when you get them, how do you rank them? How do you know which projects are more important than others? Who should be working on those? How do you allocate resources? All that came up, and it was a bit of a head scratcher in a sense, because prior to this, I was really like assigned projects, or projects would come to me and I would work on them. I never really had a chance to think deeply about our projects. And as I did that, I thought about our values again. And I thought, well, intuitively, we understand some projects are probably more important than others, or more aligned with our mission than others. But why is that? And so started thinking about and running, ideas across the team. What are we trying to achieve? Well, it's rooted in the values of our agency. It's our mission statement. It might be commission priorities. It's other things like that. And you think, oh, that's, probably a short list, but actually no, it got more complicated. It's a huge list of things. And so then we started thinking about our process too. How do the projects come to us? So ideally, looking at this slide, you can see on the left, there are what I would just call sponsors of projects. Sometimes it's the director, sometimes it's the commission. It could be a legislator, it's the public sometimes. You look at all those different ways projects come up. And ideally, they would go to, and this is prior to, this is like a historic way we would look at them, but it'd come to our program, the capital program, and it would filter down to planning, and sometimes it would become a region planning project or a headquarters. So maybe more of a construction type project versus more of a long range project. So that was the ideal process. But this is reality. This is kind of how projects came to me a lot. Someone would, I don't know if you could see, like maybe a commissioner would talk to me, or a director. The director would say, go ahead and do this or that. And I'd be like, okay, yeah, if you're the director, I'll do it right away. And This created some communication problems though sometimes. Not everyone in the chain knew what we were working on or why. So that became kind of an issue for us to address. And so the next slide is an attempt to show you how I think we can address communication and how we want to look at all the sponsors of all the various projects and where all those ideas come from and how they should flow to the planning department and how they should flow back. So some things will just not change, which are the sponsors. What is different though is that we really need to stick closely to the chain so that the deputy director or executive leadership understand what are all the myriad of projects that are coming and help us understand which ones are more important than others to the agency. And that filters down through Heather, and it filters down into the planning program with Nikki and I. And then we have to basically analyze, well, what projects are more important than others? What is that? When we do that, we're using the values of our agency to determine that. And it helps us understand, should we go forward with a project? So you can see on the lower right there that, you know, sometimes it's in a project we need to do right away and we're going to do it quickly and on time. Sometimes we have to put a project on hold. We don't have enough planners in order to do that project. Some projects might not even be aligned very well with our agency, and we might make staff recommendation to reject a project. That would all go back though to the project sponsor via executive leadership, so that everyone back up the chain knows that that's sort of the thinking right now. Okay, if we look at the next slide, I want to explain the sort of the myriad of values and ideas that sort of came to us. And we needed to figure out a way to, instead of being intuitive about our values, be explicit about our values. And then how do we measure whether something is valuable to the agency? So how aligned is a project with our agency's values? RCW, is it aligned with the original intent the legislature had for state parks? Our mission, strategic plan, you can see this list. Sometimes it's things like public support, so it's not quite like RCW, but still, you know it when there's support or when there isn't support, and whether you should value a project or not. Okay, next. There were other things though, got more complicated. This is when my head was going to explode because I was like, well, where does this end? But something you think about, staff's own recommendations. Do staff think the project is aligned with what we're doing? That's really important because it has a lot to do with morale and how, you know, people join this agency because of our values actually, and they're inspired by them. So when projects come through, if they're not really aligned with it, it can be jarring. So we look to see if there's alignment. But then there's other things like legal risk. There's the X factor of maybe it's just someone with a lot of power or something, and they say you have to work on this right away and it has to be done. It's a priority. Okay, then we will do it. So there's sort of X factors, but there's other logical things. One of the things I just want to focus on is also like relationships that we have with other agencies or relationships that we have with tribes, and how important it is to think about the context of our projects, whether it's construction or long range planning. And we want to make sure we think about everything really. It helps us have a more well-rounded project at the end of the day. So those criteria are all considered. And the next slide kind of gives us a sense of the workflow. So what you're looking at here is there's a project sponsor, and then we apply that filter criteria when we analyze all these different projects that are coming to us. And really like the first tier that you see there, very important. We want to consider all of those things first. How aligned is a project with our mission, for example? And then all the other things that are important considerations, which may not be quite as important, but still weigh heavily on our, you know, going forward with something. But the goal is for us, again, to understand, should we prioritize a certain project? Should it be on hold? Do we make recommendations about not doing it at all? So that process we got into very deeply. We created spreadsheets which are highly detailed, and we have scored projects, and we know that it's working pretty well for us. It helps us understand in totality whether a project is aligned with our values. We don't have we're not going to go into the weeds today. Maybe at some point, if the commission would like to know how we do that in more detail, we absolutely do that. But we've scored projects, and we do have a good understanding about which ones are probably going to be our priorities. And that's why when we do come to you in the future, in this year and next year, why are we working on certain projects? It's because of this process, and this process was applied in our decision making. So I think that's everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. And now we're going to give an update on several projects that were listed in the commission's priorities. Those are Lake Sammamish, Blake Island, Miller Peninsula, Westport Light, and Nisqually. I'll just talk briefly about Nisqually by not saying much because you already heard it in March. You had an update on where we are on the Nisqually project. We're currently working on some operations and capital and partnerships related projects. We are working on a partnership agreement with the Nisqually tribe, and we're working with the tribe on some artwork to go into the park, and working on staffing plans. And our intention is to continue building that thoughtful and consistent relationship with the Nisqually tribe and state parks as we move forward into managing the park after it's developed. Now we'll move on to Lauren for Westport Light. I can press it for you.
Okay.
You could do this.
Sure. Works.
Can it won't move further.
That's okay. Okay. Morning again. So on Westport Light, we have recently completed work. In 2021 to 23, we did environmental studies that identified opportunities and constraints. Projects that or research that went into the opportunities and constraints were habitat reports, hydraulic reports, restoration feasibility studies, the vegetation study, wetland impact, and coastal erosion and sea level rise. So all of those help to inform the opportunities and constraints that were analyzed in the last 2 years. We also have a concept plan for the golf course development at the park. And in 2023, this year, the lead agency agreement between the city of Westport and Parks was signed. I'm going to back up just a little bit. And we did go to a public meeting in December of 2022. In that meeting, we reviewed the environmental baseline, the concept plans, and then the economic impact analysis. And then in 2023, when we updated the agreement, we also are having the MOU updated between the city and state parks. The city will now be the lead on the SEPA process and the environmental impact statement. And that is where we are heading for this year. The city is going to initiate the EIS and hire the consultant through them. And we, in return, every time a chapter is done, we will have 3 weeks to review it and provide our comments back. And we will go forward with each chapter, giving it full consideration and providing those comments back to the city to include into that comment matrix for the EIS. Our next steps, after that, once the EIS is complete, the project will go for consideration for permits. The Department of Ecology is a permitting agency. The city itself will have to decide if it can permit the project. They will also need to update their shoreline management program as part of this process. and then the Army Corps of Engineers as well. So lots of permitting to look at the project's feasibility. From there, the city will submit that EIS for the review for our comment, and then the draft EIS will go to a 30-day public comment period. And then everything will come back to the commission for consideration in hopefully late 2023, 2024.
Hey, we're going to move on to Lake Sammamish. I'll give you a brief project update. So to start with, just to kind of refresh ourselves on what the planning evolution has been at the park, we'll go back to kind of like the early 2000s when the original camp was done. And then in 2007, we did a redevelopment and restoration concept plan, or a master plan was completed. At about that same time, all the way till current time, we've established several really valuable partnerships in the park to work on implementation of various park improvements and restoration efforts. Around 2012, also until current time, we've been working on implementation of several capital improvements and other habitat restoration efforts. Another significant mark in the timeline was 2012, and again in 2014, Parks and the city of Issaquah entered into a memorandum of understanding to solidify their partnership and their collaboration on shared vision and goals for the park. Shortly after that, the city of Issaquah developed the final comprehensive plan that they adopted, which included many goals for the park itself. And then fast forwarding to 2022, we developed some alternatives for the master plan. Those alternatives were reviewed by all of our staff within the Northwest Region Operations team, the capital and the stewardship staff as well. At that same time, we hired a consultant to assess the stormwater and mitigation impacts and determine costs associated with those. That resulted in 3 levels of intensity. There was a low, medium, and high. Those ranged approximately from anywhere to, on the low end, 20 million all the way to 110 million. That's kind of where things are sitting now. Yeah, everybody's jaw dropped a little bit there. Looking at what's currently happening in the park, we have a lot of work ongoing. There's 3 major partnership restoration projects happening. We're working with Trout Unlimited and Greens to Mountain Sandway Trust. There's lots of maintenance projects. There's a couple of trail projects happening. That phase 7 development project on the construction at Sunset Beach picnic area is underway. Looking forward to next steps, we'd really like to explore the idea of an update to the 2007 original master plan with special consideration for things like new environmental data. There's new mapping. We have studies and reports and research that have been done that highlight new wetland mitigation recommendations that we could consider. We could look at, how developable is the site. There's needs of the growing and diverse population. The surrounding area has grown considerably and has urbanized since that 2007 timeline. There's new statewide salmon recovery goals that the governor is highlighting as part of his strategy. We have a lot of current and planned restoration efforts that have happened at the park since 2007. And we have a unique opportunity to collaborate with the city of Issaquah. Their 2024 comprehensive plan update is currently underway. That's something they're working on, so that one they did in 2015 is being, opened up, and it's an opportunity for us to collaborate again and look at some shared goals and long-range planning efforts for the park. And then, of course, we have an opportunity to collaborate in partnership with the tribes in a way that we didn't before, because now we have Jenna on board, and so just a lot of new opportunity there. So that's kind of where we're at with Lake Sam. I'll turn it over to Alex now.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about Miller Peninsula with you. Go ahead. So just for some background, about 2019 to 2020, planning process began for the development of a master plan for a destination park at Miller Peninsula. Through that process, it was determined that we would be needing an environmental impact statement, and so that would require further funding. So the project has been on hold, awaiting the funding, and just due to a lack of staff to work on the project. We did hold a public meeting last October where the director attended and 3 commissioners to hear from the public and hear about concerns, get feedback. And so the current status of the project is we have a consultant that has helped summarize the work that has been done on Miller Peninsula so far, so that the new planner that would be assigned to this could easily jump off and have all the information needed. We've also requested to the legislature to get some funding for the master plan and the EIS. And I've seen it in a few budgets, so we'll see what happens, but it's out there. And then next steps, we would take the project back up in July if it is included in the legislative budget, and work to complete the master plan, SEPA review, and EIS. And on that timeline, we would anticipate having a completed master plan and EIS ready for commission review in 2026. That would allow us to begin pre-design permitting and the facility planning in the 27 to 29 biennium. And that would be a phased process through which the developing of the park would begin. And now on to Lake Island.
Thank you. Blake Island is all about opportunities. There are 3 things I want you to remember about Blake Island that are so key. The first one is marine access to the island. The second one is the condition of the upland buildings that were associated with Tillicum Village. Third is our own agency's relationship and outreach with tribes that are associated with Blake Island. So as you know, in 2021, Tillicum Village closed down. This has been very disappointing, by the way, to the community. We hear about it all the time. And so we knew that. And we knew that there were, like, the first problem was access to the island. And so we needed upgrades to the marine facilities, which includes dredging. Very complicated, very difficult to permit, takes a lot of time, involves many agencies. But we have started that process. Office of Financial Management asked us to perform a pre-design report because we knew the project would be far more than $10 million to complete. And so when we did the OFM pre-design report, it was essentially a way for us to think about 3 alternatives that were considered, as well as picking a preferred alternative. We needed to have that process with the public, and OFM is then satisfied that we have done outreach. We also had to do outreach with the tribes. And we heard back from the Suquamish tribe. And we asked them at a meeting if they would be interested in a new vision for Tillicum Village, one that is perhaps more aligned with the cultural connections of the island to people who were living there. Because currently, or previously with Tillicum Village, it was sort of an amalgamation of different cultures that were represented. So yes, it was very good in a sense that people were exposed to Native American culture, but it wasn't necessarily associated with life on the island itself. This opens up opportunity for us because the marine facilities are pretty broken. And we really can't allow for commercial use of the island because it needs to be dredged. The channel into the marinas just doesn't allow for big boats. So we have asked the legislature for funding to do design, permitting, and putting together cost estimate for a construction project. That's $2,250,000. It's in the governor's budget, it's in the House budget. And so it's not in the Senate budget. Or no, sorry, it's not in the House budget. It is in the Senate budget. So we're not sure if it's going to be funded or not. It's disappointing if it doesn't get funded, but it does open up an opportunity for us to engage with interested tribes in a meaningful way. Because oftentimes with state parks, we work in the window of a biennium, 2 years. We get funding for a project to construct something. The expectation is we design and permit it, and we build it within 2 years. But the problem is we don't have enough time with that model to engage with tribes, to develop relationship with them, and to understand meaningfully how would they want to participate with us in a new vision for a cultural experience for the public. So I totally recommend that we take advantage of this sort of downtime to begin conversations, and it doesn't necessarily have to be about Blake Island at the beginning. I think it should be about us establishing meaningful relationship. And hopefully it would evolve into our topic, Blake Island and access and cultural improvements there. Talking to Jenna about our approach to this has been really important, and that we need to have a sort of time-rich approach to this. And we should very much take advantage of it because it's all about cultural experiences and Blake Island. So that would be why we should, as soon as possible, I think, emphasize that effort. And so in terms of next steps, hopefully we will get funded to move forward with design and permitting. If we do, we can do that, set forth that cost estimate and understand, how many phases will we need to construct that marina. In addition, though, we have buildings. The buildings are not in good condition. We need to understand more deeply where all the shortcomings are and where all the deficiencies are. It's hard to say, but if you were to go out, say, for a concession with an interested company that may restart Attilacan Village, what we really need to understand is, well, what would the state be responsible for in terms of those facilities and in capital improvements? And what would we be asking a concessionaire to take responsibility for? We want to understand that before we go out for a concession. So that's something else we need to emphasize in this upcoming year. That's basically where we are right now with Blake Island.
So those are the projects that were listed specifically in the commission's priorities, and we're welcoming any questions you have on those or on our planning prioritization project.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have about 10 minutes for questions. I just also, by the way, I just for the people who are online, you just cannot see, like, Parks Development Director Saunders has just been beaming this entire presentation, and I really wish y'all could have seen her this whole time. She's so proud. I love it. That being said, I saw Commissioner Brown has a question.
I've got a bunch of questions, and so I think maybe I'll just need to have some one-on-one time with you. I do want to just say in their benefit, especially with a new member joining us, I'm curious, Michael, I attended a public meeting you facilitated, and as always, you do a wonderful job, but I'm wondering, why has Fudge Point sort of fallen off? Beautiful piece of property on Harstein Island. We went through a planning process there. And so that's just a question at some point, maybe you could answer me or share with all of us.
Absolutely.
I also think it's important for me, because I'm going to be speaking to the Friends group in a couple of weeks, an update on where we're at with the retreat center planning process at Fort Worden. When several of us were there, I think January a year ago, we were told that we had committed planning resources to that, and so an update there I think would be helpful. Oh boy. I also wanted to ask you, and I think everybody interested in this, we established as one of our priorities in January a system-wide inventory of existing parks and where we have build-out opportunities, largely focused on camping. I'm wondering what role you five and your program will play in that effort to identify those opportunities. And then finally, I just say, and there's many more questions, but and don't take this as a criticism, it's not at all, but boy, when I look at the Miller Peninsula build out time frame, I mean, I was hoping to be alive when we might actually have a campground there.
Me too.
And boy, that looks like, I don't know, maybe you could give some thought. I think this would be perhaps value added to whether we can make timeframes a little more compressed. If there's any policy, any redundancy in our policy, if there's any administrative law changes that we could affect, if there's way we could speed things up, it would be great. So again, thanks for letting me, that's just, there's a lot there in all of this. And I actually have a couple more I'd like to talk to you about, but I'll get some time with you guys later.
Okay. Yeah, there are a lot questions there. Absolutely want to address all of them at some point with you. Fort Flagler, as an example, lots of opportunity. It hasn't been dropped. We've been really working hard behind the scenes to ensure that we're looking at all the alternatives and opportunities for the retreat center. And maybe I'll let you in on our emails that we've had with some of the stakeholders back and forth, and then you can get an update on the project that way. Budget point. When we did the classification and management plan, the one thing that we focused on was it was a new park. We wanted to have the appropriate kind of access to that park, and it did include overnight accommodations, which was very controversial and very difficult to achieve, but we did. And so that park is ripe for development, absolutely. If it is a priority to the commission to work on plan, you know, in terms of explore different kinds of development opportunities, we should, because it is ready. We have done that public process and worked through that. And it's just one of many parks that we can take advantage of to increase our overnight accommodations statewide.
You know, we also have a beautiful piece of property on Whidbey Island that used to actually have a state park designation somewhat informally. That hasn't been the case for many years, but it's another opportunity there. I often wonder why we haven't focused more on that. And then Nikki, just a final thing then that I've already asked, but what role will you and your team play in this system-wide assessment and inventory of where there might be some build-out opportunities?
It's a project that we haven't had yet put on our list of projects to prioritize. So we'll have to figure out what our capacity is given our current workload and where that weather planning should have a key role in that or not, as to where we have opportunities. I know one thing that we have been doing is on the real estate side of things is looking at where there might be opportunities to either purchase or take over management of properties that have camping on them. So that is a thing that we have been doing some of.
Do we have other questions? Commissioner Brown? Bound? Sorry.
One of the big guys.
One of the big guys, yes.
Thanks. I guess a question about Blake Island, Michael, listening to you discuss that, it seems like there's a couple of presumptions, and I guess I would just want to question whether we're rethinking those presumptions. And one is the dredging and the need to allow for larger vessels to dock, and the other is the buildings and the need for or the desire, I guess I should say, looking to the future of having something like that on Blake Island. I mean, there was a decision made many years ago to do that. I guess the question in my mind is that an option for the future, or is it presumed to be for the future?
It's something for our consideration. It is not a foregone conclusion that we would have a cultural experience on the island. It would be driven by conversations with tribes to see if it was something that would be valuable and from their point of view as well as ours.
Right. Is it possible to have a cultural experience on the island without having the same kind of building we have that provides an indoor venue?
Yes, it would be possible. We don't necessarily have to retain those buildings if they're not historically significant. You know what? We would be looking at all the options, actually, Commissioner. We would definitely want to explore what happens if we do nothing. What is a no action like? Or, then there's just different permutations of alternatives that we can explore.
Yeah, if we do something that's different, that's not that single intensive, that requires a larger Argosy vote to bring. I
Yeah,
don't know how many people we had before, what the capacity of that building is, but it just seems like there's perhaps an opportunity to look at an array of options that don't necessarily require large vessels, which seems to be a significant cost to us.
yeah,
Be able to provide that opportunity and doesn't necessarily require a indoor venue that seats a lot of people that have some kind of an experience. I mean, it is an island that was inhabited by native peoples, and they didn't have a big building
right.
to do that. I mean, so there are experiences you could possibly create, and I'm just trying to think out the box
Right.
on that island that would be different.
I can give you a little more context, like what was driving our marine OFM,
Right.
pre-design report. Why did we talk about commercial use of the island? So Argosy, one of the things that Argosy would tell our agency was that the dredging needed to occur in order for them to continue operation of their own concession. And so that became an issue for us because they were driving it. And we were like trying to think, how can we accommodate them? So you're right. We don't necessarily have to have large boats accessing the island. I will say this, though, the public who have grown up going to Blake Island, especially all the school groups, and I'm one of them, vague memories as a child going into a building and being on an island. But knowing that there's so many people in that position, you'd be surprised to hear, like, how do people will say, how do I get there? I don't have a kayak, and I don't have a motorboat, and I don't have access, essentially. And I think that is one of the key reasons why we also, in our OFM report, wanted to show, well, what happens if we do have larger vessels come in? Because it could be a possibility that we would want to have that. We haven't done it yet. You're right. We don't necessarily have to do it, but that's why we put it into the conversation, because we knew access for the average person is determined on that.
Also equity considerations is that and sort of financial feasibility considerations. So right now, if you don't have large vessels going there, you would either only have small vessels going there, or you have people who have their own vessels going there. And those people who have their own vessels are, it's not the masses. It's a small percentage of the population. The financial feasibility of just having a business that is willing to transport small numbers of people back and forth to the island, that we don't know how well a business like that would work. But it seems like it would be less feasible than one that could transport larger numbers of people to have that kind of experience. So it's a matter of considering which people such an experience would serve if it's still on Blake Island.
Okay, and I'm just
I think
really,
that's my size
yeah,
vote.
and I'm just gonna say we're at time. We are just gonna go into our break, i.e. if you go another 15 minutes, we don't have a break. So, Commissioner Latimer, Williams, Connolly have questions. I have questions. We've got 15 minutes of our break. Every minute we take is less of a break. So, Commissioner Latimer.
I'll be
I'm
really
sorry,
quick.
I didn't mean to
No,
cut
no,
off, but I was
that's
like,
fine.
we'll go completely over.
I think we've got.
So,
Okay.
welcome, Alex, Jen, and Lauren to the team. We've seen Nikki and Michael over the years, and so we look forward to seeing each of you. So when you hired on, was there this unspoken rule that you had to love your job? But all kidding aside, welcome to the team. Great presentation. It's really refreshing, I think, when you see a a team that really does love their job. And I know that that's very pervasive throughout state parks. So it's, you know, it's great to see that. So welcome aboard.
Commissioner Williams.
Say the same thing, express that welcome and really appreciated the presentation and really appreciated your analysis of the priority and how do you prioritize, because I think that's extremely valuable because we're always wrestling with prioritizing projects and work and how we're spending. So it helps to have that criteria laid out as to how you're doing it. I mean, we can learn from that too. So I really appreciated that. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think sure, okay, I was gonna say, so just I think my last sort of comment, question, yes, welcome aboard, everybody. I'm very excited to have a full team here. Looking at the sponsors of the projects, it sort of is, I think about how we sort of maybe add a little bit to the chaos as commissioners. A little tip I think is that, we tend to, we speak about what we see. So, if Glen Tana were to come around, chances are we'd all be really excited about it because we just spent the day there yesterday. But I am wondering about this sort of visibility issue, and a little bit into sort of looking system wide. We're very, all of the projects you presented today are in Western Washington. 5 of 7 commissioners are in Western Washington. Clearly, we have park properties all over the state, especially, we have no one really in sort of north central Washington, Mettal Valley, that area. We never hear about it. It's as if it doesn't exist from the commission perspective. So I'm wondering, in terms of these sponsors, do we have any effort to sort of look system wide and to make sure that there aren't, things that are overlooked just because no one, really kind of has visibility into them?
So the projects we talked about today are ones that were specifically listed in the commission priorities.
That's our
which
fault.
is why we chose them. But in our prioritization work, we are looking at a lot of projects that are in other parts of the state.
Definitely. Yeah. We absolutely are considering them. And I think next time we see you at some point, we can share with you what we have ongoing projects we've inherited. And then we also have all the new projects. It would be good to go through that list with you. It was just so much detail for today. Another thing that I'm really happy about, and this is a happy accident, but it's incredible, is that 2 of our planners live in Spokane. This gives us a footprint in Eastern Washington that we really lacked. This will give us that opportunity to, I think, have more Eastern Washington projects in general.
Thank you. And let's see, I will look to Becky to say, can we take a 15-minute break? How do you think we're going? Yes. All right. All right. So she does. Okay. So she's given us the thumbs up that she thinks we can have the full 15-minute break. So we will reconvene at 10:50.
Thank you.
I was like, Okay. We are back from our break and slowly gathering. Okay, as everyone is sort of finding their seats and getting the last of their water and coffee or various refills, let's see, we'll introduce Kyle Murphy, our capital program manager, for a capital projects update.
Thank you. And please let me know if I'm speaking too softly, if you can't hear me, or if I'm speaking too quickly. I'm going to give a update on our capital program. I'm going to cover where we are in terms of our current capital budget and the projects that are included in that capital budget. Some of the challenges we're having with project delivery, and highlighting some specific projects, but also highlighting some of the positive aspects we're seeing, some of the projects that are moving along that we're excited about. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're seeing potentially for next biennium based on the budgets we've seen come out from the legislature so far, and get into a little bit on kind of delivering what in my opinion we would need to do to increase productivity to deliver more projects in the future biennium. So that I'll get started. So jumping into the 23-25 or 21-23 capital budget, the overall budget for 21-23 was about 109 million, included a 5 million supplemental budget request that we received. But there's projects or appropriations in our current budget that go back to 2015-2017 budget appropriation. What this slide here shows you is how many projects we have left from each of the previous appropriations in our current budget. The graph on the right shows you as a percentage of projects what phase or what stage they're in. So we currently have about 100 project appropriations. We have about 84 unique projects. So we've got several projects that have appropriations from multiple bienniums. And so, 50% of our projects overall are in design permit, 24 in construction, 18 complete. We have 3% are on hold and 5 aren't started. And as I proceed, I'm going to get into a little bit more into a breakdown in each one of these previous biennial appropriations, where we are with those projects. So of the 2 projects we have remaining from the 2015-27 prior appropriation that carried forward to the 21-23, we have one project on hold, Lake Sammamish dock replacement. This was a grant match for an RCO grant. We have the project is currently on hold pending a feasibility decision regarding off-site mitigation and potential changes to the scope. And we also identify that we need to re-engage with the tribes to determine where they are in terms of the project before we are able to continue to move forward. So those are discussions we're going to have soon to see if we can get the project back up and running. And one project we have in pre-design, the Sun Lake Stry Falls campground relocation. This was funding we got for design back in 2015-2017. We have a completed pre-design report that we submitted to OFM late last fall. And we've been going back and forth a little bit on their questions and legislative staff or questions on the pre-design report. So understandably, during session, the back and forth slows down a little bit on that pre-design report, but we should have a final pre-design report and be able to move into design and permitting, in the next month or so. 2017-2019 project status. We have 15 projects remaining from that appropriation, from that biennium, about $11 million. We have a couple of different graphs here. One is percentage as a percentage of individual projects, what status each project is in. And then the other graph just shows you as a percentage or as a by project funding. So how much of the original funding for those projects is represented in the different stages. So we do have 4 projects that we've completed. We have 3 under construction. 2 of those projects should be complete by the end of this biennium or very early next biennium. 7 into the design permit process. 2 of those should be moving into construction or out for bid, or we've opened the bids and are in the process of signing construction contracts. And there is, for all 7 of those design permit projects, there is construction funding available either from this biennium appropriation or from preceding biennial appropriations. And the one project that we have on our, we're tracking as on hold, the Miller Peninsula EIS master planning. I have an asterisk by that one just to identify that that's on hold from kind of a capital program standpoint. It's, as you heard in the previous presentation, it's back on the table in the planning program. In sort of reiterating what Michael said, that project did receive. We did see funding in both operating budgets for the House and the Senate for that request. So, fingers crossed, we'll see operating budget money in the final budget for that project, and it'll continue to move forward. 2019-21 projects in status. We have 30 projects remaining from the 2019-21 appropriation. We have completed 11. 8 are in construction, 11 in design permit. We believe that we'll have 7 of those 8 construction projects completed. They're on track to be completed. Again, end of this biennium, early next biennium, end of summer timeframe, early fall timeframe. And then of the 11 in design permit, 3 will be moving to construction by the end of the summer, and 3 require construction funding requests that were included in our governor's proposal or our governor's request. One of which has made it forward into the House and Senate capital budgets, the Mount Spokane Visitor Center at Sequest. So the other 3 will need to look at those and determine if we need to go for a supplemental request or a 25-27 request. And then finally, the 21-23 new projects that received new funding in 21-23, 53 project appropriations remaining. We did get a $71 million appropriation in 21-23, a little over 30 in reappropriation. So that gets us to the 109 number for this biennium. We've completed 3 of those projects, 12 in construction. Again, of those 12 in construction, we should see 10 completed by end of this biennium or early next biennium. 32 in design permit. So we've got a lot of our projects in design permit from this biennium. 9 anticipated to move into construction early next biennium, and 6 of those projects were funded as design permit only. So and required construction funding that we requested this biennium, or we requested in our budget proposals to the governor. The 2 of those projects we've seen funded in both of the capital budgets from the House and the Senate. One of the projects was not included. It was a project at Cape Disappointment, wasn't included in the House budget, but was included in the Senate budget. So we'll see if we get those projects funded. And again, if it doesn't get funded this biennium, again, a discussion about do we go for supplemental or 25-27. We do have 5 projects that we haven't started yet, 4 that we should be starting early next year, or I think we even have a project that's kicking off this week. So we're beginning to move forward. Those are all in Eastern region, and I'll talk a little bit later about sort of project productivity, but our Eastern region was, we saw a lot of turnover over the past 2 years in staffing. And so we've had a real difficulty in filling those positions and getting that region capital program back up to capacity. We're getting there. And then one project on hold, Wilpa Hills Trestle 48 bridge replacement. We've determined based on requirements for HPA requirements from Fish and Wildlife that the project isn't feasible as scoped, and so we need to kind of go back to the drawing board. We were able to, that project was in our statewide preservation pool, so we were able to, working with OFM and internally through discussions, move that funding to another project that needed additional funding on one of our 8 Kinswell projects. So the other thing to mention about the Willapa Hills Trail project is that that's a good, potentially a good opportunity for us to try and partner with DOT. It's adjacent to one of their bridges. And so there might be some opportunity to work with DOT to address the need for the trestle to be replaced as part of a larger bridge replacement project. Some sort of current project status. These are one of the things I wanted to talk about was where we are with reappropriation. We are looking at about probably around $60 million of reappropriation this biennium into next biennium. I do want to talk about what are the major drivers of that reappropriation, focusing on a handful of projects, and then I'll focus on some other factors and issues that are sort of overarching. Kopachuk State Park, we have a $6.9 million project there for days development. That project, see if I get to the right slide in my notes. That project, we have all of our land use permits in place, but we've been kind of going back and forth and negotiating with Pierce County since late 2020 on our building permits. We're having a really difficult time. We've had a challenge of kind of working through that permitting process, and we're gonna have some discussions, internal discussions, I think early next week about whether or not we need to kind of elevate that project a little bit to get it shaken free. Another Pierce County project, Nisqually State Park, new full service project, $11 million in appropriation. I think we're looking at about $9 million carry forward on that. Again, we've been in kind of a 2-year permitting window on that one as well. We've had our land use application in since late 2021. We've been able to have good back and forth with the county and the various departments in the county that are involved in the land use permitting process, and so we're slowly moving forward. I think we've got our final kind of approval on our land use application. So the next step is for land use hearing board to schedule a hearing, and then we'll go into the building permit process. We are, like I said, we are having good conversations with Pierce County and slowly moving forward. And so I think we're not at the point at that one where we need to kind of elevate the issue, but we'll continue to kind of push that one forward and see where we are. Another project, St. Edward's State Park Maintenance, St. Edward State Park Maintenance Facility. It's a $2.5 million project. I'm probably carrying most of that forward. I think we've spent maybe a couple hundred thousand on design so far. This is a really difficult, complex project. As you probably all know, St. Edward is a really complex park with multiple constraints due to the historic nature of the park and the land classification at the park. And so there's really not a lot of flexibility when it comes to siting a maintenance facility there. We've had really great kind of working relationships inside parks. We've had multiple meetings with the operations side, with stewardship folks, really trying to figure out where can we site a facility, where is it going to be appropriate. And we keep coming back to one location that has some constraints in terms of increased cost due to where the site is, and it's currently a stormwater pond that would require a lot of work to bring it up to code and to be able to build a building on top of it. So we've gone back to try and scale down the design of the building to see if that can reduce some of the costs and keep it within budget. We're also, I think, gonna our Northwest region manager Stephanie is going to reach out to Bastyr College, which is right next door, to see if there's some opportunity for partnering with them on a co-located maintenance facility, maybe, or locating our maintenance facility on their property through lease or land transaction or something. So we continue to move forward with that one. Again, that one's been a difficult project, but it's been I think a great opportunity to work with everybody, all the players inside parks, to try and figure out a solution. Some other projects that are sort of driving our large appropriation: Crab Creek Trestle. These are 2 trestles on the Palouse Cascades Trail, not too far from the Beverly Bridge, that were damaged in a wildfire several years ago. We've got $4.2 million over, I think, 2 or 3 appropriations over 2 or 3 bienniums for that project. We've had our project manager on that project left for another position at the end of this year, so that kind of slowed that project down. We had anticipated being under construction at this point, but we've gone out to bid. The bids are opening next week, and so we think we'll be able to move in pretty quickly. We're getting a lot of interest from potential contractors on that project, so we should see hopefully a good number of bids on that project and some competitive costs for that one. So the other project here, Mount Spokane Maintenance Facility, this is another one of those sites, kind of sound like a broken record, but all of our sites are complex and present difficult sort of issues. But Spokane is unique in that you never know when the construction window is going to start or end in Mount Spokane, right? I think I heard yesterday that they're still grooming the trails up there, right? So there's still snow. So we had this project out to bid in November, and we only received 1 bid, and it was 2 times the engineer estimate for that project. At that point we were seeing bids come back higher than engineer estimate, but based on 1 bid, we weren't comfortable making a determination on 1 bid that was an accurate bid. So we pulled the bid, we pulled the package back in, we made some modifications to the specs, and we put it back out. We've now closed or opened those bids, and we received 2 bids this time. And the low bid did come in $150,000 lower than the November bid. So I think what we're seeing at Mount Spokane is it's difficult because of the location, because of the risk that the contractor takes on, because of the unknown construction window, that it's hard to get interest from contractors to work out there. And so, but with 2 bids coming in, pretty much where we saw the bid in November, I think we feel confident that that's what it'll cost to do construction project out there. So we're working on signing a contract with them and moving that project forward. So the low bidder does feel like they can get the project, the building ordered in place and a roof on the building before next winter. So that's good. That moves the project forward pretty quickly, and then they can continue to do some work inside the building if there's a roof on the building, right, during the snowy season. Another project, Steptoe Butte Road Improvement. I think you were all on a tour last year of Steptoe Butte, so you know the condition of that road and the facility. This site is, as you also learned on that tour, is a very culturally important site for the local tribes. We have our land use permits in place, but we recently identified the need to do additional tribal consultation on that project. So we're working with Jenna, and I'm very grateful that we have Jenna on board now, and we've got somebody who can really guide us through the tribal consultation process and help us build really good, strong relationships with tribes. So that's one where we did identify a need to slow down the project, go back to tribal consultation, make sure we've crossed all our T's, dotted all our I's, make sure we're addressing the very important concerns that they have with the site and the use of the site and the cultural importance of that site. So So again, that's one where we previously had anticipated the project being under construction and pretty close to complete by the end of this biennium, but we need to take a step back on that one. Another thing to address, so I talked about some of the bigger projects that haven't moved forward as quickly as we would have liked that are driving that large appropriation, but there's also some kind of factors that are kind of influencing overall the program and our ability to deliver projects. One of the issues I kind of mentioned briefly was staffing. I mentioned a lot of staffing turnover in Eastern region. We did see a lot of staffing turnover in all of our regions, not just in Capital, but parks wide, over the last several years with the disruption from the pandemic. We are starting to successfully fill positions. There was a several month time period where it was just, particularly in the Eastern region, it was really hard for us to even recruit for positions and get candidates that would be appropriate for those positions, but we're starting to see improvement on that front as well. We have 2 recently newly hired positions in Eastern region, project manager level positions, so we're excited about that moving forward. We have 43 full-time equivalent positions identified in the capital program or assigned to the capital program. We have 39 of those positions currently filled. That's a high watermark for us for this biennium. So we continue to move forward. We have about 20 of those 43 positions. About 20 of them are project management level positions, our construction project coordinators, our environmental engineers, some of our parks planners that do the actual project management of our projects. And we have 18 of those filled, so we have only 2 vacancies left in those, and we're continuing to move forward on recruitment for those positions. Again, I sound like a broken record. I wince a little when I continue to bring this up, but supply chain and manufacturing slowdowns continue to be an issue that we face, even 2 years out from 3 years out from the beginning of the pandemic. I did look into some data, Bureau of Labor Statistics data recently, and looking at the percent change in productivity from the end of 2021 to the end of 2022. For wood products manufacturing, there's been a decline in productivity by 2.3%. Architectural and structural metals has seen a decline in 2.1% from previous year, and fabricated metal hardware then declined 6.6%. We are seeing a 5.6% increase in electrical equipment manufacturing, which is good because currently that's the biggest lead times we're seeing are for our major electrical components. For the major electrical components for our project that we're getting under construction at Ike-Kinswa, and our project that we're completing at Penrose Point State Park, we're seeing 8 to 10 weeks for our major electrical components. So that again continues to be an issue. 6 weeks out for major plumbing components. So it's really frustrating, but one of the ways we're addressing that is we've changed specs on some of our bid packages to try and identify equipment that's in material that doesn't have such a large lead time. That's helped a little bit, but we're kind of at the mercy of the industry and of the economy on those fronts, and so hopefully we'll start to see some of those productivity come back around in the next several months. We are seeing external permitting slowdowns. I mentioned the Pierce County projects. We see difficulty in getting permits in Thurston County is also an area where we have difficulty. And it's not just the county, but Army Corps of Engineers is 1 to 2 years out for project permitting for projects. I think there's some ways we can address that. One of the things I know, an idea that Jessica Logan has brought up in conversations is Department of Transportation provides money to Army Corps of Engineers for permitting positions that work specifically on Department of Transportation projects. It's allowed in federal statute, so that's something we could look into in terms of our core permits, maybe partnering with other state agencies that also have difficulty getting core permits in a timely fashion. Maybe it's maybe it's providing funding for specific core liaisons that do our permitting projects or permitting for our projects. We might look at a similar model for counties if we have a county where we know we're going to have big projects upcoming, or major park development like Miller Peninsula. Perhaps when we get to the point with Miller Peninsula where we're going to be doing design and permitting, maybe that's an option, is to work with the county to provide a position specifically to permit parks projects. We do tend to, on our internally, we currently, I mean, we could always increase our productivity with more staff and submitting more permits, but that doesn't seem to be the major hinge point at this point. We are still seeing inflationary impacts on projects that affect cost and timeline. Again, Bureau of Labor Statistics, the producer price index from February 22 to 23 is up 4.6%. Consumer price index from 22 to 23 is up 6.6%. How this impacts us is we see the cost of projects that we put out to bid come in higher. We see our engineering estimates come back higher, and that requires us to take time to try and identify other funding sources. Do we need to go out for a supplemental request, which slows the project down? Do we need to have some lengthy internal conversations about taking money from transferring money within our statewide preservation pool to be able to move forward with projects? And contractors are taking a little different approach as well with costs, as well, that do result in some timeline impacts for us as well. So we've got internal drivers, external drivers for reappropriation, and again, later in my presentation, I'll talk about some thoughts on how we address some of those. I've talked a little bit about it on this slide, but how we can increase productivity, address some of these issues moving forward into future biennia. The next slide, I want to talk a little bit about reappropriation. I did mention we're going to look at about a $60 million reappropriation. Just to put that in perspective, definitely not trying to, make an excuse for where we are, but provide some perspective. We in the capital program are very committed to increasing productivity, delivering projects, meeting the commission's the commission's goal of delivering capital projects on time within budget. So we take it very seriously. But what we are seeing with other agencies is significant reappropriation requests as well. Parks, we're at about 55% of our reappropriation. We have a $109 million overall appropriation 21-23. Ecology is at 46%. They got $800 million in state building construction account funding, so they're looking at a significant reappropriation. Commerce as well, 1.8 billion, 43% reappropriation on 1.8 billion. DNR, we're looking at a similar reappropriation as them. They have a $55 million current budget from the state building construction account. RCO, they get $5 million state building construction account that they put out in grants, and so they're seeing as well longer lead times, longer timelines for those grant recipients to deliver projects as well. And DES, they have a similar budget to us, $127 million, and they're seeing similar longer timelines for construction projects. Again, I'm not trying to downplay our level of reappropriation, but put it into perspective. And again, we take it very seriously, and we've got some ideas on how to turn the tides and increase productivity and move forward quicker in the coming biennium. But I did want to take a little bit of time to talk about some projects that are moving forward on schedule, that are proceeding. We heard some discussion earlier from the planning team about Lake Sammamish. We have closed our bids on the Phase 7 Sunset Beach picnic area. The low bid on that did come in. We got a number of bids on that. We got the low bid was below the engineer's estimate. We've now seen that on a handful of bids, which is good. And we're in the process of signing the contract with the contractor, and that project is scheduled to be completed by fall this year. That is a project that's going to have some pretty major impact on park users. It's a major project, pretty disruptive. We've worked closely with operations, with the park staff to try and schedule the work to minimize those impacts as much as we can. But it's a lot of earthwork, earthwork and moving dirt, which is with big equipment, which is going to be disruptive, and there's going to be fences up. So that's something to mention. Field Springs State Park, a big project there to modernize and improve our sewage and wastewater treatment, or our sewer and septic system out there. That project has been under construction since last spring. Again, similar to Mount Spokane, limited construction window due to winter weather. We're still waiting for the ground to thaw out there. So we hope that project will be complete by the end of this biennium, but again, pending the ground thawing. And Cranberry Lake Dock, that project's complete. You may have read about it in the previous Carabiner article, but that one's done, complete. That one's buttoned up. Schaefer State Park, the campground relocation moving forward, we think will be done by the end of this biennium. We've thankfully had very few slowdowns on that project. The weather didn't impact us much this winter, so that one's hopefully going to be open back up for camping by the end of the summer. And then Ike Kinswah Main Loop Utilities. This is again another real big project. We got a lot of bids. We got 8 bids on this project. A lot of interest. All but one of the bids came in under the engineer estimate, and the low bid came significantly under the engineer estimate, about $1 million under the engineer estimate. So very happy to see that. We've signed the contracts for that and are just working through the initial stages of approving the contractor's timeline and work schedule and getting mobilized. So that one will be under construction. Again, another project that's going to have major impact on that park this summer. It's going to close that entire loop for camping this summer. And we've worked closely with the park there to plan those closures and move that project forward. One of the things to mention as well is we do have funding for EV charging station to install EV chargers, three EV chargers. We have capital budget money to do that. We're going to be doing the best way we found to move those forward quickly was to couple those with existing construction projects. So Schaefer State Park's going to get EV charger at the day use parking. We're doing replacing a lift station at Wenatchee Confluence State Park, so we're going to put a EV charger there as well. And we're doing a pedestrian bridge at Larrabee State Park, and we're going to take that opportunity to put in an EV charger, I believe, at the visitor parking adjacent to the park office there as well. So those will be moving forward. Actually had conversations this week with the EV charger infrastructure company and looking at bids, and going to be making purchases of those this week or next week. We've got, these are just a handful of the projects that are moving forward. We've got a lot of projects moving forward. But I just wanted to highlight some of the bigger projects. So budget outlook for 23-25. I've highlighted here the various proposals we've seen. Our original proposal was $140 million, 56 new individual projects. Governor's proposal was down a little bit to 98 million. Senate, we saw 77 million, 37 individual projects. In House at 63 million with 23 individual projects. I have an asterisk on that one because one of the sort of quote unquote projects or appropriations in the House proposal was a big $15 million or $14.5 million minor works preservation pool. So we'd have, a number of projects come out of there. So realistically, we'd be looking at more like 30 projects. So I'm assuming Owen will probably talk a little bit more about the capital budget and operating budgets in his presentation, but probably see somewhere around $70 million in new projects and funding for existing projects. So
These numbers not include the WWRP state parks category, so there's another
Right,
big
yeah.
chunk. And then there are a few other WWRP pockets that we're drawing from. So the bigger, it'll be a much bigger number that we'll be managing than what's reflected here.
Right, yeah, thank you for clarifying that. This is capital budget funding appropriated directly to parks for our projects. But yeah, there's a
Sorry to
number of
interrupt.
other big projects we have requested funding through our CO grants as well. So that raises the question, how do we deliver a budget that's going to be probably somewhere around, with reappropriation and new funding, that's going to be somewhere around 120 to 130 million dollars. One of the things that we've looked at is, let me get to my notes here. Across the board, we're committed in the capital program to the Commission's priority of delivering projects on time and within budget. And so how do we do that? One of the things I do want to recognize, take the moment to recognize, is the highly professional capital program staff, and they're really dedicated to the work they do. I think similar to what kind of Michael pointed out in his presentation, I think we're fortunate in parks that we have people that work here because they love the work they do and they're proud of the park system. And that's, I think, really reflected in the staff we have in the capital program as well. And they take great pride in the work they do and are really committed to, delivering the budget on time and projects on budget as well, delivering capital projects on time and on budget as well. Myself, the capital team, we're working closely with our new division director, Heather, with others in ELT to come up with strategies for successfully implementing the 23-25 capital budget. And I've kind of broken that down into 3 different areas. Program structure. How is our program currently structured? And are there changes can we make to the current structure of the program to increase productivity? Capital project delivery, looking at the tools we have and the staff we have to deliver projects, and are there changes we can make? And then partnerships. What are the things we can do in an area where I'm calling partnerships to increase productivity? These are things like consultant contracts and cooperative agreements. But going into detail on the capital program structure, one of the things we're starting to look at and move forward with is a dedicated facilities program. We requested an operating budget funding for what we call capital operating support for the capital program. And it made it into both, some level of that made it into both the House and Senate operating budgets. That would allow us to staff a dedicated facilities program that's not and those staff wouldn't be tied to existing or specific projects funded through the capital budget. This would give us a lot more flexibility to do things like pre-design and scope projects before we seek funding for capital construction projects. This would give us more ability to work on assessment, project intake, project prioritization, kind of looking at the 034 process agency-wide and having a facilities program that can kind of lead that effort to modernize our 034 or our project intake process. GIS analysis, tracking, and assessment around capital projects. I think that's something we can look at, that a dedicated facilities program could take the lead on. Asset planning, capital maintenance, budget development, capital improvement planning. So, right now the entire capital program is essentially funded from capital projects. So our hands are kind of tied when it comes to being able to branch out and do some things that would be able to kind of modernize the program and improve the program. So we're really excited about operating funding dollars to be able to do some of that work. We also are looking at the structure of our region capital programs and the support, and looking at, do we need to adjust the structure of those programs to allow for additional staff? We get capital money, we can staff up to meet the need and the demand of those capital projects, but we need to have a structure in place in the region to be able to provide for effective oversight, supervision, maintenance, leadership, that kind of stuff. Right now we have a very kind of linear structure where we have a head of the region that manages, anywhere from, 8 to 12 individuals, and we need to look at a kind of a more, I think, flattened structure, more pyramid structure, I guess you could say, where we've got fewer direct reports. So that sort of leads into staffing, capital staffing and support as well, additional FTEs to increase project management. Again, we've got capital funding that we can tie positions to, so we can staff up to meet the need once we look at our structure of our program. We think we really need to look at system-wide modernization and improvement. Looking at our existing project delivery process, are there ways for modernizing it? We have a existing capital project delivery process manual that we're looking at improving. Are there steps in the process that lead to kind of roadblocks or pinch points that we can improve on? Modern platforms, modern tracking software, that all those kinds of things that are tend to be used widely in the construction industry that we'd like to adopt at parks to help us manage our work, manage workflows, manage document management, improve collaboration inside and outside the agency, and improve communication as well inside and outside. The other area to talk about is partnerships. And when I talk about partnerships, I'm not talking about the partnerships we have with friends groups or other groups, but sort of what we look at as partnerships in the capital program, working with consultants on our design and engineering. I wanted to, I understand, Commissioner Rad, you had some questions about how we utilize consultants in our capital projects. So, kind of being responsive to you, we do currently work closely with a lot of consultants. We consult out for primarily in our design and permit process, phase, for project scoping, pre-design and design. We also do a lot of environmental cultural resource investigation and sampling consultants working with our own archaeological program. It's in stewardship. We do on larger projects, like I mentioned, Nisqually and Kopachuk, we actually have our consultants lead the permitting process as well and our design process. And we often on big projects as well, where we feel like we need to have more on-site construction management, construction monitoring. We'll consult for construction monitoring, construction management as well. Currently, we have in the current biennium, we have 58 projects that have a consultant contract in place, or multiple. We have 102 individual consultant contracts, again, ranging from pre-design and scoping to environmental and cultural resource assessments, geotech work. And we've expended currently $6.2 million on those 102 individual contracts, consultancy contracts. So that's something we continue to look at, opportunities to expand. Are there opportunities to hand projects off to consultants? But I do want to mention that managing a consultant contract does take time as well, and so it's not a simple handoff that frees up 100% of our capacity. We still do have to have a lot of interaction with the consultants on those projects. Another thing that we're looking at is what I'm calling cooperative agreements. These are opportunities I mentioned earlier about DOT contracting with Army Corps of Engineers. So looking at those kinds of opportunities, looking at opportunities to do something similar with counties where we have a lot of projects in place or a lot of permitting work that we need to get through the system. Another thing I think we can look at is other state agencies. Are there opportunities to work with DOT? We have a lot of road work that needs to be done. We mentioned Steptoe Butte. We've got Miller Sylvania is another great example of a park that has a lot of need for paving and road work. Can we work with the county if they're doing paving projects in the area? Can we contract with them to add that on to their work? And also looking at other state agencies, DES has a energy savings performance contracting program where we could work with them to actually manage the entire project from start to finish for big projects. a good example is we've seen funding, $1 million in funding in both the House and the Senate capital budget for a clean, green geothermal heating system for the entire campus in a phased approach. That's one where we can work with DES and our partner up at Fort Worden to have DES manage that through their project and work with the environmental savings construction contract to get that moved forward. And that takes it, a lot of the work off our plate, and DES actually manages the work. So we're looking at those kinds of things, opportunities to, maybe think outside the box and move projects forward. So, some parting thoughts I've had before I take questions. I've had a lot of conversations with counterparts in other state agencies, other parks agencies around the country, and I think we're really seeing, I think, because the size of our system, because the large number of people that come and use our parks, we're really seen as a model park system across the country. We've got a dedicated staff throughout the program and the agency to provide a strong foundation as a model for a capital improvement project delivery, I think, across the country as well. As our budget continues to grow and project complexity continues to grow, we're committed to meeting that challenge in the capital program. And I look forward to continuing to work closely with the Commission and ELT to identify and implement system-wide improvements to the capital program and be able to meet the Commission priority of delivering projects on time and within budget. So with that, happy to take questions before we break for lunch.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I can see we have a lot of questions. I saw Commissioner Latimer first now, but if we start here and we could just move along this way. And we have plenty of time, so.
I only had one question, but with regards to the Spokane maintenance facility, I think a couple of years ago, I think it was 2021, the commission took a tour of Mount Spokane, and if it's the area that I'm thinking about, it was kind of sort of up the hill, and the site was kind of a rough terrain, and I think at that time we were looking at the Bear Creek Lodge property as maybe an alternate site for the maintenance facility because it'd be, I guess, flatter and a little bit easier to work with. So I'm wondering, was the timing just not right for that, or is that still a consideration?
Yeah. That's a great question, and I'm so glad yesterday I spoke with actually Nikki and Director Dupuis about that. I wasn't at the agency at that time. I understand that was done, and I understand that site was looked at, but there's some constraints with that site, some similar issues around a creek at that site, and I don't know, Diana, did you want to provide some more perspective on that?
Excuse me. There is the exact same problem that's at the existing site is there's water into the parking lot. So there to get a setback from the creek that exists, we would have to the Bear Creek property is flat where it is, but right behind it, it just goes up. So we would have to carve into, instead of adding dirt to the current site that we have, we would have to carve into another hill, which engineering wise, from my understanding, I am not an engineer, is a destabilization of that hill is a concern. And so the work that would have to be done to make that area usable for the maintenance facility is much more intense and more significant than just adding to the place where we have now. Just geographically speaking, that would be an ideal place because it's right at the entrance of the park and we would like to put it there, but there's just too many challenges of the topography of that location.
Thank you, Diana.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be a little provocative here. I'm extremely sympathetic to the many vagaries that challenge us in terms of project delivery. And I've never been critical of our staff and our ability to manage what we have as well as we can and as fast as we can. But having said that, and now entering my, I think, 11th or 12th year on the commission, the project of timely capital project delivery is chronic. And I've always assumed that if we ask, we can deliver. But I've never asked the question as a commissioner, how much is too much? And maybe that needs to be something we factor in the future in terms of what's our real capacity. We've got a couple people now helping us in managing this arena that came from outside agencies that give us maybe a little different perspective and a fresh look at things. But again, maybe we've been asking for too much. And I guess I'm just saying, I think that's something that we might want to talk about and factor in the future. Yeah, so I don't know, Director, if you have any response to that, but maybe we're just asking for too much, more than we have the capacity to manage. I'm very concerned about these high reappropriation rates. I'm concerned about the impact on our reputation. So there, I'll just stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Brown. It's definitely a conversation that we're currently having. I think across the board, stemming back even to 2008, 9, and 10, when we took some significant cuts, that it was, what are we not going to do now? And I think that the idea behind the capital program is that, well, if we don't ask for this money and keep these projects going, that, we don't want to get even further behind than we are. And so there was, I wasn't in this position obviously, but I think there was this potentially this push to just continue to sort of set the bar higher and higher, just to show that we didn't want to lose out on money. But I think we really are pumping the brakes, if you will, a little bit, and saying, okay, what can we really do here? Our environmental planners have gone from, I'm going to make these numbers up, but from about, I think we had 12 of them to we have 6 currently. And so that alone, that decrease in staff has truncated our efforts in a significant way. And those are also, we've built up substantially since the cuts we took in 2011 in the field. And the legislature is very supportive of that boots on the ground effort, so that we're meeting the visiting public's needs. But it's been a little more challenging to tell our story from a capital perspective or a development perspective. We still need to get these positions in place so that we can continue to do our business and meet the needs of the buildings that are degrading or the lands are degrading. And it's been just a bit more of a challenging story to tell, yet we've still set this bar of, we have to continue this train has sort of left the station, and we have to continue to respect that history of work. So I'm certainly not opposed. We've been talking about that a lot. Heather's had that great perspective of saying, well, wait a minute, what can we really manage here? So part of understanding the scope, Kyle's done some great work of just looking at where are we on these things, what is standing in the way, how are we going to correct these issues? And part of that is saying, when do we say no to something? Because we don't have a history of saying no. And I think we need to get more comfortable with that aspect of our work.
Yep, and Commissioner Connell, or Commissioner Williams, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Dannenberg. Yeah, thanks for this extensive presentation, Kyle. Just a couple of quick questions. As given where I live, I have heard many people talk about Ike Kinsma. Of course, it's a valuable resource, and there are just times when we have to close things down because that's the only way to get the work done. But more, my question is, what is our sort of process for informing the public, sort of a little bit the why that we have to do this? I mean, we have a little blurb, very short blurb on our website. And honestly, I'm not even exactly sure the dates are correct at this point because, stuff changes in projects. So I was just wondering, using that as an example, what's our sort of process there? Might be more a Diana question.
Sure. Kyle, you probably have more up-to-date information, or maybe Heather, on this than I do. I'm going to speak from a different perspective and a different level. And that one of the things that we've looked at in bringing in a new communications director on is that communications is not just about what's coming out of that office. It's about what we're doing in totality as an agency, and having a deliberate effort when there are things like this to make sure that we are telling the appropriate story that we need to tell, that the visiting public is getting the information that they need, because we do have, we have done due diligence. I'm not, I don't want to disparage any work that's been done. But I think that really looking at, again, our telling of our story in a different manner, that we truly want communications to play more of a role in that. The same thing with public meetings and that sort of thing that communications has not traditionally been a part of. We need to sort of break down the walls here. And Claire, Director DeLong, who is our new communications director, is online with us today and hearing these words. And we've certainly talked about it, but we're very excited to see what this looks like, and making sure that it is part of making sure we're reaching out across all divisions when we do our work, so that we don't have people who are wonderful planners and wonderful facility maintenance people doing the communications plan, because it's not their bailiwick. And so we need to be more deliberate about that.
The information.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then one other quick observation, maybe it seems like, Kyle, if we could do the dedicated facility staff that you mentioned, sort of planning to the future, that things such as, incorporating better inflation numbers in our capital budget plan that we send to the requests that we send to the legislature, we'd be sort of maybe hopefully having fewer problems with bids not, meeting, what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand. And I think, a couple points on that. I think we tried to do that with this biennium's budget request, where we in developing our numbers, we thought closely and hardly about what we've seen with inflation. OFM does develop a escalation percentage that's supposed to capture kind of that inflationary cost, but I think what we've seen for the last couple bienniums is that escalation number hasn't been as accurate, hasn't been sufficient. So we did consider that a little bit. I think the other thing that is really going to help us develop better, more accurate budget proposals for projects is having operating dollar funded staff that can do pre-design and scoping without having the sort of the capital budget kind of clock ticking, right? I think when we get design money in the capital budget to start designing a project, I think then we do start to we want to get projects delivered, and we want to get the work done. But when we have I think this will allow us to sort of take a little more time to work closely with our internal partners, with planning, with stewardship, with the operations side. I think when we as an agency have the time to really collaborate internally, we can scope great projects, and then we'll have really good, more accurate budget proposals to go to the legislature with. And then, we won't run into some of these issues like we have with St. Edward State Park, where we didn't really have a really good solid understanding of the complexity and the limitations until we had money to be able to dedicate staff to be able to going out on site and looking around and working with stewardship and working with our historic preservation officer to find out what the limitations are. So being able to do that outside of the confines of the capital budget, I think will really help as well.
I think everybody's got a question down the row.
Yeah, no, thanks for the presentation. I have a little bit different perspective, I think, than I think that's a good question, Commissioner Brown, about what is too much. I've always liked capital projects because depending on how you build their budgets, they do come with overhead money to pay for things that require staff to do to make them successful. In some cases, that may be a little piece of money that goes to PR, to the communications folks, maybe other things that create, there's always pressure to keep that number down. We always get criticized from the outside world that, God, your overhead rates is so much, but typically that includes architectural and design and sales and the taxes and project management and all that. So, I just want to make sure we build into the cost of projects what the cost of the project is, both with our internal staff as well as the actual boots on the ground doing the project. So, and I think this approach in the budget of getting some dedicated staff through the general fund, to me is novel, and it's a good idea. And I think, as I think Commissioner Williams is saying, maybe give you some capacity to do some things that aren't specific to a project but are systems. Like, do we have a project management system that all of our project managers use that is consistent, that is up to date? There's a lot of good technology out there, a lot of good software. We don't need ledger books and handwritten stuff. So I don't know what we have. Maybe we do or don't have a really high-end project management system, so management can track how projects are going and be able to communicate that up the chain and put pressure where pressure needs to be. And I don't want us to take our foot off the pedal and asking for money. I think it's a good thing, and I've kind of been a big advocate for that. You don't get it if you don't ask for it, and then the trick is figuring out how to deliver. And we got to do that. And I'm glad you're looking at those places in the system where maybe we can make some changes and some innovations and put some pressure to improve the delivery. I think we're in a little different world today, I think, in project delivery on public land. I think there are a lot of issues that didn't used to exist around environmental impacts, tribal, cultural questions that take time and take money and take energy, that create delays and cost money. So I think that is a huge challenge, and I think it's a newer challenge than perhaps we had 5-10 years ago. Changes there all the time. So anyway, I appreciate, I like the briefing. It's great, and I think until we know, maybe this time next year we can have this conversation about, do we take the foot off the pedal when we find out how hopefully some improvements and changes and capacity can affect how we implement our program.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, I think you got a lot enough. Really appreciate the briefing. I had a question about on consultant contracts. Do we like pre-qualify? I mean, I know in some of the contracting you can actually have a pre-qualified consultants, and I'm just assuming that we do that to shorten that time up.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways. There's ES keeps a list basically. We also have a on-call list that we can go to if we have smaller things that we need done, technical work kind of thing. On the bigger projects, I think the Swally is a good example of that, where it's a pretty big consultancy contract for the design and the permitting, and probably some of the construction. Those ones we do go out to bid, through a competitive process.
Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Brown was very, very kind in his remarks, and he's been there for 12 years. So he saw the progress, or maybe the lack of. Be blunt about it. I'm a new here as an engineer, and I'm being in the public sector and in the private sector. I think there is a problem, and we need to fix a problem. And you're putting a lot of good options. Now, why can't we explore some of these options? When I look 2015, 17, we have project is not done. Then we go on and on. So how you expect to solve the problem if you're doing the same thing? So uh, uh, I think we need to look at this capital project staffing and how they do their work, and how can we put when you give a staffing project and they scoping and they cannot identify if they can meet their project schedule or not, how the process evolved, not at the end of the fiscal year. So I'm not a consultant, but if I'm the manager and I'm looking, we are behind, what resources I have, I will not have a contract with one consultant. I have a pool of consultants, and depends on their productivity and meeting the deadline and on budget, then I can use more of them. Then you have more to do it. The other one is that the staffing is not the issue. The issue is managing the staff and using resources in-house and outside the out of the system. So you cannot continue doing this. And the taxpayers who are giving us the money, they want to enjoy the parks, not their grandkids if they're going to enjoy it. So I suggest is that we need some concrete steps. You put a lot of options. We want it in action. So we can see how this can progress. And we have tons of projects. There are projects from, there is no reason why 15, 17 projects are not done. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm a little bit harsh here, but if you see it, if you say something, say something. See something, say something. I can see it right up. I'm new here, maybe I'm wrong, but that's my take. There is a problem in leadership and management of this project. We need to examine it. Maybe there is no problem, but we need to do things differently. Thank you.
No, I sort of wish that, did you have any comments to add? You look like you might.
I just thank you, Commissioner Rudd, and I actually appreciate you being transparent and sharing your thoughts, because they're important thoughts. And I would say that you're not wrong. I think that that's part of the presentation here today, and even that we saw with the planning department earlier, is what are the processes that have gotten us to this place right now, and looking at those and saying, then how do we fix them? Because we all recognize here as staff that we have some things that are in place that are not working, and we need to improve those. So we are kind of, the majority of ELT is new, so we have some fresh eyes looking at this. And you're absolutely right, though. We have some ideas here. We're going to see what the best ideas are that they're going to get us to where we need to be and follow through with them. So I really do appreciate your comments, and just want to give you the satisfaction of knowing that we are certainly looking at that ourselves in that way. You bet.
And that sort of leaves me wishing that I had actually gone before Commissioner Rod, because then I feel like that was sort of actually a good wrap. But unfortunately, I'm going to have to go back to my tedious, not quite as profound questions. It's like, chair goes us. But I do agree, looking, I think it is a little bit, for us, when you have that 2015 to 17 up there, and, and I think that was very transparent of you to put those years, right? Because now we're like, like Obama was president, Inslee was still governor, but like that was a while ago. And this sort of rolling issue you have with the reappropriate in inflationary pressures, and as this continues, it sort of gets worse, and you're ending up in a circular problem, it seems. So yeah, I think that's as I said, I kind of wish we could just stop there, because I do agree that there seems to be a more fundamental issue. But back to my tedious questions. I feel like I should know this. I was looking in all of my slides. You had noted that the House budget had 23 projects and the Senate had 37. Is that an overlap? So are the 23 House projects included in the 37 Senate, or is there some that don't overlap?
There's a lot of overlap, but there is some, because of the way the House budget it was structured and the capital budget was structured differently. House included this larger minor works preservation pool. The Senate budget included bunch of what we requested is statewide pools for small projects, statewide pools for things like infrastructure preservation or ADA or code compliance. So they, what the House did was roll some of those statewide budgets into this minor works pool. So there's a lot of overlap, but it's definitely a different structure budget.
Okay. All right. So then, in terms of if we were like to look at a visual of the overlap, there's even less. Is what we're looking at, right?
Well, I think the
I mean,
House.
Owen, Laura, maybe if you're going to answer this, you can wave and we can get off this point.
Well, while
Yeah.
he works his way up here,
Yeah.
I can't. Wait.
You don't have
The
to
House
answer.
budget with this
Yeah.
$14.5 million minor works preservation pool that was not identified specific projects, that does give us a lot of flexibility to
Okay.
ensure there's overlap, I guess, cover projects that we've been moving forward on. But I'll let Owen take it from here.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have you repeat the question. It's a little hard to hear back there.
Oh, I just said, of course, if you're going to cover this tomorrow, we can just sort of wave and go by it. In terms of the House and Senate capital budget proposals, I was wondering how much overlap we are seeing between those two proposals. So, how much do we have to see them converge? Because it seems like it's a lot less on the House side, but if it was complete overlap with Senate, then we'd be feeling pretty confident of that 63. But if there's not overlap, then I'm less confident of at least that 63. That
Well,
makes sense.
Yeah, great question. And they're both subsets of the governor's proposal, which was at about 98 million. So there's a significant amount of overlap there.
Okay.
And I will be covering this in a little bit more detail tomorrow
Okay.
during my legislative update.
Okay. All right. So we can discuss it tomorrow. Thank you. And then the other question I had, it's Steptoe Butte road improvement. This is something where there are times where, there's a lot of what we're talking about, right, is completing projects and moving forward and, trying to do what, we had asked for. I look at that project, right, and saying like, times have changed and in the time and there is some question about should we be doing are we looking at some time taking advantage of this pause and this delay, similar to some of the discussion that Mike brought up about maybe taking advantage of a delay on Blake Island to we are re-looking at that. And I hate to see it as like a negative mark reapproach and say, oh, we've got to push forward and finish it because we've got the money. If in that time we went, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. I don't know if there's some way to kind of message that. Does this make sense? Is this confusing? Like, I don't want something that says, oh, we've got this reapproach, we should be pushing ahead. If we're going, well, in the 5 or 6 years time, we've now questioned whether we should be doing this project or whether we should be moving ahead or how we should be handling this project, or maybe it should be going slower because of some of the tribal relations issue. Is there a way kind of to separate that out from this discussion of, we have fundamental questions of, oh, capital program moving forward, just completion, but then we also have there's a good reason why, maybe we should be going slower on this, such as the tribal relations on Steptoe Butte.
Yeah, and I think that maybe this was kind of our first stab at that of going through these projects and saying these are some of it's not everything, but these are some of the hallmark projects and these are some of the problems that are coming up. There are definitely processual issues here that we need to address internally just to make our process better so that we're with whatever staff we have or whatever consultants we're using, we're doing it in the most effective way. Then there are these other things that are outside of sort of our control to a degree. The Army Corps of Engineers and how we deal with the Army Corps, and then what are some of the solutions for us to overcome that challenge. The tribal issues are another thing where we now have a tribal director that we never had. So that's bringing up, has in a very positive and forward-thinking way sort of opened this can of worms of what are we taking into consideration? What have we not taken into consideration in the past? And what is the path forward then for any given specific project? Steptoe Butte is a wonderful example of this, and it has impacted the entirety of the project and sort of made us stop. But it's also informed our decision making and our how we're establishing our processes, that where do we need to, where do we insert this into any given project that we're doing? And Jenna, unfortunately, is one person right now with 29 different relationships that she's building and developing. So I think we're going to see sort of this stutter step in a couple of things, but I don't know, outside of the commission and in a meeting such as this and just talking about it, if you're looking for like a more proactive conversation with OFM in what our capital projects look like, or I'm not sure if I'm understanding that part of your question.
I mean, maybe that's the solution. I think in my head, I sort of look at, and I do actually appreciate the way, that it was specifically calling out these projects and what the drivers were, because I look at these projects and go, well, these aren't all the same, right? Some of these, right, are sort of structural, or maybe issues around we didn't have staffing, or something, on our side. And then some of these, there's very good reason why this should be paused. And I just, I wouldn't want us to say, oh, we should be barreling ahead with the Step to Butte Road because we've just set a goal of saying we need to figure out our reappropriate. We're not going to have reappropriate. We've got to close this. No, we shouldn't, right? So I guess I appreciate that you presented these in this specific way. And for us, I think when we look at it, I just don't know how we then discuss it and think about it as sort of separate issues, and make sure we don't have, maybe just I work at a big corporation where, when you just are presenting numbers, people will push ahead regardless of whether or not it's a good idea to meet it. And that's where I want to say, oh no, if this is a good reason for a pause, then that's fine. We'll deal with the reappropriate, right?
Yeah, and again, when looking at this presentation, when we first discussed this, it was kind of, we had this a presentation similar to this before, about we have this reappropriation rate, and a lot of it is based on supply chain issues and inflation, and which are very valid and true things. And there's these other things that are also influencing all the work that we do. So how do we sort of sprinkle this in when we are looking at a big reappro for Steptoe Butte, 5.4, $5.2 million? It's a huge project that we're stopping, that is an important project, that is a needed project. The visiting public is, really looking forward to this. And there's this significant work that needed to be done and that we have to do before we move forward with this project, and may even really rewrite elements of this project. So I think that yes, this is that nascent step, and when these things pop up, of informing all of you, so what is causing these stops in work, or these reappropes, and so that the end goal, of course, is that it informs decision making in a better way. So this is just another element, excuse me, that we're looking at when we're discussing what maybe goes on the 10-year capital plan, or the grants lists or whatnot, that we're taking these elements into consideration and growing from that.
Let's see.
Final comment. Sorry. I just want to draw everybody's attention back to slide 13. I just have found in this last year continual improvement in the proactive approach and the understanding that we need to improve our systems. And so I welcome what you see on slide 13 as far as, suggested improvements in delivering the capital budget, which indeed is a concern. And if there are things that we, the commission, need to do to help facilitate those, please let us know.
Commissioner Brown?
This conversation just reminded me, and you mentioned Director of the Corps of Engineers. Kyle, we had planned to return camping to Lions Ferry State Park. We had funding to do that and a reappropriation, and I'm not sure where we're at now. I'm aware of some of the challenges that arose, but where are we at in terms of bringing camping back to Lions Ferry?
Great question. That, another good example of the complexity that surrounds different parks and different complexities. But that, as you probably know, that's a park that actually it's owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We manage the site. So it requires obviously the cultural resource review and tribal to government consultations. Because the Corps is the owner, they're the ones who lead the consultation with the tribes. They're working through that process. We've been kind of an outside observer for most of that process because of the way that government to government relationship works. That they are moving to for the next phase of that are Lisa could probably provide more information on our involvement in the next phase, but we will have some involvement. But that's one where we do have the funding in place for project. We've done some initial design. I think we're at close to 30% design for that project, but we're at the point where we really need the tribal government to government process that Corps is going through to complete to then inform the rest of the design. And what are the limitations going to be? What are the permitting requirements going to be? Are we going to have to change the design of the campground to take into consideration important cultural resource sites, for example? But yeah, that's funding that's still, again, it is part of that large reappropriation is the funding that's in there.
For a moment.
Yeah.
So as Kyle alluded to, this is a federalized project because the Corps is the underlying landowner, which means we have to go through Section 106 of the Historic Preservation Act, the National Historic Preservation Act. So the Corps is the lead on this. We've heard from 2 of 4 affected tribes that they've received concurrence of an adverse impact from this project. So what will happen moving forward is there will be a negotiation between the Corps and the tribes to develop an MOA on how this will move forward and how mitigation will occur. This is a significant project and that there are multiple layers of cultural resources involved here from specific archaeological sites to traditional cultural properties. It's very complex, and we anticipate this negotiation will involve 4 tribes, and we actually have the National Advisory Council on Historic Preservation. For the first time in Jennifer Wilson, our archaeology program manager's knowledge, they have chosen to engage and want to participate in this process. This is an advisory council that is actually appointed by the president. So we anticipate, I can't give you a short answer to how long this might take, but I think, based on Jen's experience, that we're probably looking that at least a year is not an unrealistic expectation given the complexity of the number of resources involved, the number of tribes involved, and the negotiation that has to take place to try and reach an agreed upon mitigation.
Mr. Brown?
I just wanted to underscore, I think, something Commissioner Dannenberg was getting at is that, I'm looking at like Kopachuk and some of these other projects and remembering the battles with Pierce County and the engineering department wanting to widen the road, and there's some other issues there that are outside of our control. But I think a point, and I think this is, for me, a point that Commissioner Rod's really getting at is when we run into situations like that or run into the situations like Lions Ferry, the question we have to ask ourselves is what can we do to move this forward? Do I have to call somebody every day, 5 days a week, and be a real pain in the butt for them so they can get off and do it? Or do I need to hire ask them, can we hire a person to review permits in Pierce County because we've got these major projects? Let's do it and not think about it, contemplate, wait, blah, 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 but do it. And so it's kind of that sort of thing, because it's not going to solve that. It's not necessarily going to make us go forward on some other, like Steptoe Butte. It's hard to force tribal negotiations, and I know assume Jenna would say that's true as well. It's a delicate process, so you may or may not be able to make headway on some projects as fast as we think we should be able to and our culture and our way of trying to do business. But I think it's when we can, we need to do whatever it takes to, we think, to move it forward. And sometimes you just can't. It is that boulder pushing up the hill because you've got the forces of the bureaucracy, somebody else's bureaucracy uh, hanging over you and pushing you down, and that's just reality.
Address that quickly. We got to that point with, we had a project at Fort Flagler. It was a FEMA project, but replacing the damaged boat launch and docks out there. We got to that point where we had an internal conversation and thought, it's time to elevate this. And we had some good conversations with external partners, and Owen, Owen had some good conversations with legislative, U.S. U.S. congressional staff, and lo and behold, the project got approved and we moved forward. We're going to be having those internal discussions next week, hopefully around the Kopachuk project as well. Are we at the same point at the Kopachuk project where we need to reach out to some, to elevate it, to reach out to some other external partners and figure out what we need to do to not just move the project forward, but to get just get response from the county on our.
Any more questions? Commissioner Latimer?
So I just wanted to say, because the 800-pound elephant is obviously the capital projects. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that, we have a new director, we have new people that are in the room now that are addressing this 800-pound elephant, and they're not necessarily the same people that created the 800-pound elephant. A lot of these decisions were made in the past, and so I just want to acknowledge that and appreciate the fact that the current staff, current director, you're all looking at that, and we all know that you're aware of it. Everybody is aware of it, and so we appreciate the fact that you're looking at it and you're working on ways to improve our processes going forward.
Thank you for recognizing that.
Okay, if there aren't any more questions or comments, I think we are ready to break for lunch. I've now moved around my thing, and we will reconvene at 1. Okay, at 1 p.m. We will not, yes, and we do not have an executive session. Thank you. Should I be?
Pretty mild.
Welcome back from lunch. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. We're running a little bit late, but we are restarting this afternoon with a human resources update from our Director of HR, Amber et al.
Thank you and good afternoon. I am Amber Erdahl, the Human Resources Director, and today I'm going to be discussing the Washington State Parks Employee Engagement Survey results, in addition to providing a recruitment update. I do tend to occasionally talk fast, so if you need me to slow down, please feel free to raise your hand. That's my cue. Thank you. Okay, Ken. Thank you. So the employee engagement survey was last administered in fall of 2022. So the scores that you're going to see are reflective of our employees taking the survey at that time. The survey is administered by the State Human Resources Office at the Office of Financial Management. And once you take the survey every fall, and they release the results usually right after the beginning of the year or early spring. We're going to start out with the 5 highest scores that we received here at Washington State Parks. And as you can see on the screen, the scores in the first column show the average positive percent that we received in each category. The next column is the statewide average positive percent. So that takes into account all the state agencies in addition to state parks. And then the third column shows what our positive percent was from 2021. So our top 5 highest scores that we received are: my supervisor treats me with dignity and respect. I know what is expected of me. I find meaning in my work. In general, I am satisfied with my job, and my agency clearly communicates about safety protocols, including the use of personal protective equipment in the workplace. We are roughly equal to or above the state average positive percent in these categories, so that is good news for us. We are a predominantly field workforce, so it's positive to be able to see that our safety rating is falling in the top 5 highest positive percent scores. This is an indicator based on these scores that we mostly have an overall respectful work environment and employees know what is expected of them. And we have good, well-trained supervisors who are supervising our employees. The safety protocols question was not included or measured in the 2021 survey, and that's why you'll see not measured for that criteria. I have a handout that I will provide all of you with all of the scores as well. Of course, when you have a highest, you always have a lowest. So let's head there next. Okay. So the same measuring criteria, we're still measuring by average positive percent, but these are our lowest 5 or our 5 lowest scores. And again, the first column is related to state parks. The second column is the statewide positive percent average. And then the third column is the 2021 parks positive percent. So our 5 lowest positive percent scores are: I know how my agency measures its success. My agency helps me navigate change. As an employee living with a disability or disabilities, I would recommend my agency as a place to work. My agency equips me to identify power differences related to bias in my workplace. My agency equips me to identify power differences related to prejudice in my workplace. So I think we've had some discussions that as an agency, we are at the beginning stages of our diversity, equity, and inclusion work. And at our baseline level, we are not far off from the state average positive percent score. So while we definitely have work to do, I think it can demonstrate that across the state, we are, really embarking on this work, and we are not too far off from where the other state agencies are. We have an increased emphasis on diversity, inclusion, and equity training, as well as tools and resources for our employees. So based upon that, I anticipate we will grow more positive in this area as time continues to go on. I think it's also pretty apparent that Parks has undergone widespread leadership changes in the last couple of years. So this score related to my agency helps me navigate change really does demonstrate that employees have been feeling the changes occurring in their work environment. When leadership changes occur, that can be an element of why employees feel unclear on how success is measured. They often have feelings of, well, what's going to come next? What other changes might occur? and they can just sort of manifest into feelings of anxiousness, confusion, and nervousness, and just a lot of questions. So over time, I'll show you on the next slide some things that we're doing, but over time, with continued communication and clear direction, the employees enter what's called the acceptance and commitment stage of the change. And so this score will demonstrate an increase as we stabilize as a leadership team. The questions related to power differences, prejudice, and living with disabilities were not measured in 2021 by the state. These are new questions. So overall, though, I think the great news in both the 5 highest scores as well as the 5 lowest scores is we are trending positive from 2021. So that is good news. I'm always used to pausing for questions, so I will just keep going. So what are we doing? What are we doing to improve? We do have some things happening that are exciting. And these are representative of agency-wide efforts, not just specific to human resources, but I think overall as an agency, we all have responsibility in helping our areas of improvement. So we've started a fireside chat with Director Dupuy. This allows employees to ask questions and get answers in real time and feel connected to leadership. We are currently updating our agency policy and procedure on equal employment opportunities and freedom from discrimination and harassment in the workplace. We are rolling out statewide diversity, equity, and inclusion training provided by the Department of Enterprise Services. We are also providing other training related to diversity, equity, and inclusion to a range of teams throughout the entire agency. We are in the works of planning to update our reasonable accommodation policy and ensure that we are communicating that to our employees. We will also be providing reasonable accommodation and protected leave trainings to supervisors as well. We've been able to add an additional state parks representative to the Disability Inclusion Network. We've also started 2 ongoing employee affinity groups in December of 2022. One is for BIPOC employees and the other one is for LGBTQ employees. We are also conducting internal equity impact reviews, and this allows us to assess how our services and products across the agency are incorporating equity strategies. We are also sending out increased communications related to diversity, equity, and inclusion to staff. That includes resources and DEI related events. Additionally, each division here, as you can see around the table with John and Heather and Lisa and myself and Owen and Laura, we've all developed a work plan for 2023, and these work plans have been shared with the commission, is my understanding, as well as all the staff, which outlines each division's objectives and goals for the year. Oh, maybe we haven't shared those yet. Sorry, Diana. But anyway, we've each developed a work plan that we are all working towards that identifies our goals and objectives. And the intent is for staff to be able to understand what those are, to be able to help clarify where we're headed. So I've talked about training, and my philosophy is that I do think that training is important. It helps us not only develop our skill set, but also refresh our skill set. So we have incorporated additional trainings into our agency to help support our employees and our supervisors. So we've partnered with our Department of Enterprise Services agency to bring in courses called Leading Others, Government to Government, and Crucial Conversations. So Leading Others is a supervisory training that teaches skills and techniques to be an effective supervisor, to be able to set expectations, hold employees accountable, coach employees, and develop effective supervisory and employee relationships, and to be able to help each supervisor build the knowledge and skills necessary to be a leader in state government. We have actually just delivered this training, and we've trained an additional about 50 supervisors. The Government to Government course is sponsored by the Governor's Office of Indian Affairs. It is a one-day session covering a tribal historical perspective, legal issues, tribal sovereignty, and tribal government. We ran 6 classes last year, and we will resume additional courses this fall. Crucial Conversations is a new course that we have just implemented. As a matter of fact, when we put out the registration filled up in less than 24 hours. So we've gone ahead and scheduled another course for our supervisors and employees to sign up for. But this course offers tools and strategies to hold focused conversations that address accountability gaps and solves challenges through joint involvement with others. The Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion training was just launched this March by the Department of Enterprise Services. It's a requirement of all Washington State employees to attend, and currently DES is working with all agencies on the timeline of enrolling this training. As you can imagine, trying to train 60,000 employees is going to be a lot of work. So I anticipate we will be able to start getting our employees into this training later this fall, but right now we are working on the communication plans and just sort of the registration plans into our learning center. This training requires a series of courses that focuses on foundational concepts of racism to gain awareness of racial inequalities and their effects. So those are some of the things that we're doing to be able to try to help our employees, our supervisors, our leaders in some of the areas that we identified as the lower scores. And for also a fun update, a recruitment update. Since January 1st of 2023, we've made 37 hires in Washington State Parks. I did not list all of the hires that we've made, but I do have a sampling of them. We've hired 5 Park Ranger 2s, 8 Park Ranger 1s with 8 more pending offers. 7 positions have been hired in the operations division that do not include headquarters positions. We have 2 IT positions that were filled. One of those was definitely hard to fill. We have 7 positions in the Parks Development Division that was filled, and 2 positions in our Stewardship Division that was filled. Some really positive news on our park aid candidates. We have 1,359 candidates who have applied to be park aides this year. That is up 330 candidates from last year so far. We've made 177 park aid hires to date, and we're continuing. We're actually in the middle of the process of continuing to bring on park aides and make hires, so that number will continue to increase. We've been able to also fill some hard to fill positions. So we've hired 4 Parks Planner 4 positions, which can be sometimes challenging to fill. We've hired a construction project coordinator and an environmental engineer for East Region Capital, and thankfully, we've been able to find a really great candidate, Claire, for our communications director. So far this year, since the beginning of January, we have attended 17 job fairs to attract candidates from several different job categories, such as environmental, engineering, criminal justice, park rangers, and customer service. We have also had multiple job fairs at Joint Base Lewis McChord to recruit veterans who may qualify for any of our positions. Thank you for your time and interest, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Thank you. I'm sure there are some questions. Let's start this way. Commissioner Bell.
Just the beginning, what was the agency response rate on the survey?
Oh, goodness. What a great question, Ken. I should have this. I will get back to you with an answer by the end of today.
Commissioner Latimer?
Percentage of our, say, our park aides that sort of continue on into other roles within the agency?
I wish I had the answers to these questions off the top of my head, as I have been on the role here for about 3 months. I definitely have a lot more of these questions to be able to get answered. So that's another one, Commissioner Latimer, that I will provide to you if we have the data. Some of the things that I'm looking into is what data do we currently collect and what data don't we collect? I'm not sure if we have that data, so I'll find out, but I do think one of the missions that I have is to develop more data sets to help us understand, like from an entry level and who's growing into what positions, what is their growth progression. In addition, do we have particular areas that maybe we need to look at to provide additional training? So that would definitely be a data set that I want to take a look at. So thanks, Commissioner, for the question. I'll get back to you.
Commissioner Brown?
Welcome to Parks. I wanted to ask you, in the 3 months you have been here, maybe share with us an aha moment or two.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Aha moment is I really think that joining the team and seeing the dedication from all the leaders and all the employees has been a gigantic aha moment for me. Everyone is extremely caring and really wants to do an amazing job and really are at the table trying to figure out how do we continue to improve? What is our process improvement? It's really refreshing to be in an environment like this. I've been in a couple other state agencies and I've absolutely found those environments in other agencies. And in some, I've not necessarily been in those environments. So it's really exciting to be able to be here at Parks where we do have this sort of lens to figure out how can we always continue to be improving and how do we really care and work with one another. Another aha moment for me, on maybe a different light, is I believe that we've got some policies that we need to take a look at and work really hard on the HR side to get them updated to ensure that we are in compliance with all of the different laws that are out there that are constantly changing. And also just make sure that we are communicating our HR policies to our employees. And so that's another aha moment for me that I feel like we could probably be doing a better job in human resources of updating our policies annually.
Thank you.
Yes.
So how many park aides do we hire in a year approximately? I mean,
I'm going to look at John.
yeah, I'm just curious.
Okay. I think it's between like 300 and 400.
Okay, that's what I would have
Yeah.
guessed. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Commissioner Brown.
And I missed it, but you've hired 177 park aides. What's the goal?
My understanding from just sort of history trends is we hire between 300 to 400 park aides. I don't know what the specific number is for this year, but that's about the area we're looking for.
Good. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Questions? Otherwise, I had a couple of quick questions, or maybe not quick. For the 37 hires, does that include movement? Are those external hires, or is that include internal hires?
Those 37 include internal and external.
Internal and external. Do we have a sense of how we're splitting out in terms of people being hired internally versus externally?
I don't have a sense of that, unfortunately, but that's definitely some data we can get for you.
And then, well, welcome. You've been here for 3 months, so we're going to start asking you the hard questions. We have a lot of, I love this employee engagement because I think, looking at retaining employees, and the reason I'm asking you about the internal external split is, of course, also seeing sort of career path and being able to see people moving versus pulling in people externally. I think it's it's an interesting way to kind of see the health of our that with the survey, the health of our staff. I'm wondering in your time here, like, we went through some real times where we were very excited to see our our full right staffing on planning. Do you feel like it's calming down a little bit in terms of the recruitment and hiring, that maybe we can start looking at some more of these strategic issues, or are you still kind of like back, we were really in a situation where it just seemed like we couldn't, people were coming and going at the same rate? Does it feel like it's sort of settling down?
I feel like I would only be able to answer this anecdotally versus from a true data standpoint. Anecdotally, I feel like it is leveling out a little. I shouldn't say leveling out because I don't know what it was historically, but it was my understanding that through the pandemic and with some of the philosophies related to vaccine mandates, we did lose quite a bit of employees. I do think we are still continuing to try to fill positions from just the pandemic and the turnover and different things. But I think that we've made some really good progress in getting a lot of those positions filled. But I still think we've got a fairly hefty recruitment, workload balance that's out there. So I think that it's getting better. I don't know if it's necessarily leveled out to pre-pandemic sort of levels. And, when related to the question over here, related to a data set, I totally agree with you about being able to evaluate those data points to determine what is the health of our work environment. And, we don't track turnover data here. And that is something that I would like to see us do and understand, why are people leaving? Where are they going? Are they continue? And then what is our internal, growth and progression, career progression versus the people who are leaving? Why are people staying versus why are people leaving? So there's definitely a lot of insight that we can get from that data, but we don't have those foundations built here. So my hope is over time we can get those built.
Interesting. I didn't realize we didn't actually track that data.
We track it at a statewide OFM level,
But not.
and we also have an exit interview survey that is administered by state HR. Not a lot of our employees take that exit interview survey. So one of my missions is to be able to figure out, how do we get it into the hands of the people leaving so we can get some more information about why they're leaving, as well as evaluating if there's any other exit strategies that we can do to better evaluate that data. The data also pulled by state HR, they have a very narrow definition of turnover. So they don't consider, if we lose an employee to Fish and Wildlife, they do not consider that turnover because they're still within the state. We might consider that turnover though, because they've left parks. So I can't get all of the data on how we might define turnover from state HR.
Interesting.
Yeah. One of the great things about having Amber on board is, she talks a lot when you talk with her about human resources, and she loves to talk about human resources. Is that she approaches, she says it's this great marriage between sort of the business end of running an organization and the human quality to that. But the business end is really important, and she's done a tremendous amount of work of, like she said, about looking at our policies and procedures, what things need to be updated, the data that we don't have. We have some things, there are other things that we don't have that aren't telling us a complete story of where we need to make inroads in order to not lose as many employees, or if they are leaving, why are they leaving? Are there pay issues? What can we do as an agency to sort of strategize for that to keep people, or is it remote work, or whatever the issue is, just different things that we as decision makers can then talk about and sort of rewrite how we're doing things in order to retain employees, or be an attractive employer for new employees. So I'm really excited to see some of the data that's going to come out of HR from Amber.
Thank you. Any last questions? Commissioner Benz?
I think we forgot to tell Amber we play this game with new directors. It's Stump the Director.
I think you succeeded.
But now you know.
I think you succeeded. Thank you for telling me now, Commissioner Brown. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, let's see. I might need to pause for a bit to see staff reports. Okay. Okay. So for those who need to hear that in the mic, we do not have all of our presenters for our next item, which was scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. We were a little bit ahead, so we're going to start on staff reports. And you
Okay.
want to?
We're going to go ahead and start with our Director of Operations, John Crimmins.
I've got a couple things. I mean, while you're doing that, I can start. Hello. Lots of stuff going on in operations right now, so I'll keep it brief and to some of the more exciting ones. So got some pictures here in a little bit, but to start with trails, good news for our trails program. We just hired a new trails person yesterday. I learned last night, got a great text about that we hired somebody for our East Side Trails Coordinator position, which is very exciting. That program now is expanding, and we have 3 permanent staff in that program and have 1 temporary person working in the program. So that's really helping us become a lot more coordinated in our efforts with trails. State. Our health and safety team has spent quite a bit of time over the last couple months realigning our COVID protocols so that they meet with the Department of Health standards as well as the CDC. It's funny that, here we are 3 years later and we're still updating COVID protocols, but at this point, everything is pretty well down to the supervisory level. So it's become a very, simple process now with COVID, which is a big win, for staff. I think that was a tough time to get through in a parks environment, and I think we're at a place where we're feeling pretty good. So since we've got pictures up, I'll move over to that one. It's conference season around state parks. So I didn't know we had a conference season. I kind of forgot about that during COVID. But we had a maintenance conference again, which involved all of our maintenance teams from around the state, including our region offices and our area offices. We got together for several days just to socialize as part of it. Also, there was several vendors there. There was quite a bit of training. There was a chance to check in with health and safety. So here's some of the vendors. We also had a visitation from some superstars there, as you can see. Whoops, too fast. Slow it on down. Right. And this was, it was very, what I've been seeing, there's 3 conferences I'm going to talk about, or 3 gatherings. Having leadership at this conference, Diana in particular, has been a really big thing for our operations staff. They just really appreciate interacting with Diana, and feeling a little bit more, I guess, a part of the agency. I guess that camaraderie or just closeness with the director has just been a really great thing for them. So
we had a director session all day or all 2 days where people could come in. So
yeah. And she's been doing that. We'll get ahead of myself. So next one. There we go. So this is in service. So there's 2 weeks of in service. There's actually this is the first week, happens at Fort Worden. There's another week coming up next week. But on our first week, we did things just a little bit differently this year. These are 18 rangers that took their oath of office. They're fully fledged park ranger 2s now. It takes a little while after you get hired to become a commissioned ranger. You have to go through a training program, and all of these rangers successfully made it through. They'd all been commissioned sort of in a quiet way, so that they could do their jobs, but this was a good opportunity to get them together and do a more formal ceremony. So here we are. Chair Bounds is there, ready to clap at any moment. Director Dupuy looking on. So the other thing we got to do, and there's a comparison I want to make here too. So here's all of our area managers. We had 22 of our 24 area managers all attend the exact same week together so that they could be together as a team. Typically they're split up into a few different groups. So this was just a fantastic opportunity for them to see each other face to face. That hasn't happened in quite some time. They're kind of the focus that they wanted to get into was critical incident management. And so there was a lot of talk about policy around critical incident management and how to handle that at the park level. So the comparison I wanted to make, it's going to require you to go backwards here in a second. But so here's our new rangers. You see, they know how to wear hats. If you go to our area managers, they've all forgotten over the years how to. So our next in service will be about how to wear your hat. Some of them will be retired probably. So. All right, and then the next one, the admin conference, which we haven't had for some time. So these are our admin professionals from all over the place, right? But from the field, and also from the field, and also the region offices. So this was another fun opportunity to get people together, fun to see each other face to face again. Diana showed up again, and this time she got to do an actual campfire chat. That's fake scenery behind her, but and a fake fire, I think, somewhere in there. But it felt real to everybody. Yeah, she sang a couple songs. So they listened to all this good stuff from Diana, and then they had to listen to what it was like to be a ranger 25 years ago, and how bad our uniforms were. And so that's me talking about me as a 22-year-old ranger there. So they endured my humor, and then here we are at the end. So even Diana and Becky and I had some fun there, and with Laura. So That was the admin conference. The one staffing thing I'll say right now is we're in the process of hiring 5 trainers, ranger trainers, for around the state. These are people that are going to be dedicated to that training program for our rangers. We've been dependent on sort of our regular day-to-day rangers taking on extra responsibility to also be trainers, which has been a bit disruptive, just in the amount of time that they need to dedicate to do that. So we're now going to be recruiting these 5 positions from around the state that should help us move through that training process very quickly, and also keep the training very standardized as well. That's what I have from operations.
Thank you, John. Heather. Oh, we are all here?
Good,
Okay.
because I didn't want to have to follow John.
You want to find the PowerPoint? So while we set up, our next item on our agenda is Laura Geiger, the Spokane Region Manager, and she will introduce the rest of the presenters.
Yep.
Jumping back into our agenda.
Everyone? Yes. No.
Not connected. Where they handed us stuff.
Two chairs.
Yeah, I don't think so. You got yours?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, commissioners and director, for having us here today. Much nicer climate in here than the windy, cold hail that was coming down at the end of the last time we were talking about the Centennial Trail and the Coordinating Council. I'm Laura Griecar. I'm the Inland Northwest Region Manager. With me today is John Batelli and Lorene McFowle, and we're here to update you on the Centennial State Park Trail and the Coordinating Council and Cooperating Agreement. With that said, I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to John.
All right. Thanks, Laura. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you again. And we're really excited to give you an update. Some of you might be familiar, but for the benefit of newer commission members and members of the public out there, it's great to talk about how we manage this incredible asset here in Eastern Washington. I'm currently the chair of the Coordinating Council for the Interagency Agreement for Management of the Trail. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Spokane Valley. It happens to be our jurisdiction's turn to chair the council for the year. So very happy and privileged to be here today. And we've got Lorene McFall, who is Executive Director of the Friends of the Centennial Trail Group, and she's going to talk to you a little bit as well. I can't tell you how important it is to have this advocacy group. There's so many things we've accomplished with help from them, getting us just over the hump, whether it's a little bit of extra dollars at the end of a challenging trail reroute project or general advocacy, all the Adopt a Mile partners. I mean, Lorene brings incredible help to the asset for us all. So as you probably know, the Spokane River Centennial Trail, State Park Trail, is 40 miles in length through Spokane County. It does continue into the state of Idaho for over 60 miles in overall length. It primarily follows the Spokane River. Much of the trail is completely separated. It's entirely paved and ADA accessible. There are 20 trailheads along the route. It's paved and designed for people of all ages and abilities, and supports a wide range of recreation, really, and fundamentally also transportation uses in our area. There are also numerous water access points along the trail associated with the Spokane River. And it's really one of our region's most notable attractions. It's an economic driver. The Centennial Trail is host to numerous large events. People who travel to the area just to ride the trail, or maybe they're here for a trip and they stay an extra day and they come back because of the trail. So the economic impact really can't be overstated. And we have over 2 million trail users a year. So really popular, valuable resource for us. As I've alluded to, there's an interagency cooperative agreement for management of the trail. It's currently a 5-agency agreement. The entities are, of course, Washington State Parks, the City of Spokane, Spokane County, the City of Spokane Valley, and the City of Liberty Lake. This agreement was originally signed all the way back in 1992 when the initial trail was first completed. At that time, Washington State Parks, the City of Spokane, and Spokane County were the only parties to the agreement. In 2003, Spokane Valley incorporated. So we just actually had our 20th birthday on March 31st. So amazing. But the Valley inherited its park system from Spokane County. And so right away, beginning after incorporation, the City of Spokane Valley started maintaining their portion of the trail as though they were a party to this agreement. That wasn't formalized, though, until over 10 years later in 2014, when the agreement was basically refreshed. It added formally the City of Spokane Valley as a partner, a party to the agreement, and it also established a long-needed trail maintenance fund. And this would be for, capital repairs that are not really considered by the agreement in terms of day-to-day maintenance, regular, ordinary maintenance. So one critical detail in that is that the trail maintenance fund can be brought to various projects, whether it's the work that's gone into the asphalt overlay that Laura's going to tell you a little bit more about, or a repair here or there. But in the event of a more catastrophic failure along the trail, the language in the agreement provides that if a project should exceed $25,000 in anticipated cost, then the responsibility for that goes to the underlying landowner, which in most cases is Washington State Parks. There are stretches of the trail on city-owned property. We happen to have 2 challenges on our hands right now, which we'll give you a little bit more information about in this presentation, but we have 2 areas where the supporting walls, gabion walls beneath the trail have collapsed and failed. The trail is still there, but we have a large anticipated capital need, and these both happen to be on state parks property. So great opportunity to make sure that the commission is aware that we have a fairly costly and as of yet unsolved problem on our hands with respect to the trail. And we'll give you the details on that later in the presentation. So this is a map that is part of the agreement, and it just shows the 5 areas of responsibility along the trail. So you can see the different colored segments of the trail that runs east and west through this map. Spokane County has 2 sections actually in the orange. So right as you enter Washington from Idaho, you're on a county maintained stretch of trail. Then there's a blue segment along the City of Liberty Lake's northern boundary. Next is the City of Spokane Valley. We have about 7 miles of the trail that we maintain and are responsible for. Then in a lighter brown through the City of Spokane, and then finally in the darker green, good state parks color, you see the rest of the trail all the way down to 9 Mile Falls. So this is very handy for helping when citizens might call. They have no idea who to call, and this is a handy reference for us to send those concerns to the right jurisdiction. So I've talked about ordinary maintenance. So really the annual maintenance activities are as you would expect. They include vegetation control, noxious weed control, daily litter pickup along the trail. We also have, as I mentioned, about 20 trail access points. Some of those are trailheads with associated restrooms and other amenities. So we have trail maintenance and restroom cleaning. There's also trail and parking lot sweeping. So we keep the trail as best as we can free of debris and hazards, and that takes activities out there. And then, of course, there's routine asphalt maintenance to try to prolong the trail surface. I talked about the trail maintenance fund. And again, this was just something that was really missing for years and years. So Doug Chase yesterday gave you guys a little bit of info about the trail maintenance fund. To date, we've contributed about $1 million between all the agencies. It's a $20,000 annual contribution from each party to the agreement. So And that's recently Liberty Lake joined in 2019. So we now have $100,000 a year that gets deposited. Spokane County is the custodian of the fund, and the coordinating council works together to consider and by vote approve expenditures from the Trail Maintenance Fund. And as I've already kind of explained, we have 5 members. The most important thing is that Friends of the Centennial Trail is a member of our council as well. They're just a non-voting member. Very important role. We meet monthly in the field to administer the agreement, address maintenance issues, strategize with one another. As I mentioned, I'm chair for the year. We have several goals as a council for this year. Those include doing public outreach about the wonderful new mile marker replacement project that was recently completed. Lorene will tell you a little bit more about that. We always deal with challenges with user conflicts on the trail, right? So somebody might call up and say people are riding too fast on their bike, or ask questions about trail use and etiquette. And so we're working with state parks in the lead to have, some share the trail messaging. One of the great things about having this agreement is that even though we have 5 jurisdictions, we're able to kind of present a unified message, a unified branding across the extent of the trail. We also have several trail counters out on the trail, and we're investing in a few more so that we can have 10 trail counters distributed along the length of the trail. And then we're working with Lorene's group to put together a public-facing dashboard where anyone in the public can go to a web page and they can view in real time, trail user data. This is also, it's not just a compelling story, but it's very, very important when we're applying for grant funding and other funding assistance. So excited to move that forward. There's a 6-year trail maintenance plan that we try to keep updated that outlines what our goals might be for that trail maintenance fund. So we'll be working on an update of the 6-year trail maintenance plan. And then, of course, the biggies are the pending asphalt overlay that Laura's about to walk through in a little more detail. We've got some great grant funding for that project, and it's really exciting. And then finally, the last bullet here, I alluded to the 2 larger capital repairs that are needed. Those are underneath the Union Pacific Railroad overpass in Spokane Valley, kind of right behind the Spokane Valley Mall, if you're familiar with that area. And the other is right by the state line under I-90. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to you. All right, you bet.
So I'm going to talk primarily about the construction project that we're going to be undertaking this year on the Centennial Trail. And I will also talk about the retaining walls that John talked a little bit about that we need additional capital funding to repair. I do want to call out first and foremost that this project is consistent with one of the commission's 2023 priorities to address surface deficiencies along all major state park trails. So it's consistent with that priority, and it's really important for us to get this work underway. And this is phase 1 of a couple phases, and I'll talk about that as well. As John also talked about, the trail's pretty old. So the trail goes back to 1992 when there was 30 miles of the trail paved at that point. And none of the trail has been overlaid to date. So there's a significant need for this asphalt overlay along most sections of the trail. We recently hired KPFF consulting engineers to actually do an assessment of the trail. So they identified the problems along the full extent of the trail and then identified priorities for that work and solutions. And so that was really kind of a leading guide for us to look at and determine the work and the scope of what we wanted to do for this construction project. And some of the problems that they identified with the trail were pavement damage and cracking. That was kind of one of the biggest one. There's some minor cracks on the trail, but there's also some major cracks on the trail from freeze-thaw cycles, from roots, from vegetation, and just general wear and tear on the trail. There's also quite a bit of erosion. So at the edges of some of the trail are really steep slopes, and so the trail surface beneath it becomes undermined and actually sloughs off, and then the trail breaks off and everything. So you can see that on different sections of the trail as well. And been a lot of flooding also in the river, which also impacts kind of the edges of the trails. The vegetation overgrowth is also pretty significant on some sections of the trail. There's quite a bit of brush and trees that have grown into the trail. That will impact the construction project as well. We want to also ensure that we have smooth pavement and even transitions to trailheads and connectors so that there's ADA compliancy along the full extent of the trail. We also have manholes along the trail that we will also need to raise so that they are at even surface with the overlay as well. And then we also have quite a few damaged bollards on the trail. So a lot of the bases of the bollards are damaged. There's vegetation growing in them. The paint is chipping off. There's no longer reflective tape, and there's no longer the pavement markings in front of the trail or in front of the bollards. Thank you. So the scope of this project will be to overlay the trail with 1.5 inches of hot mix asphalt and place a gravel shoulder on both sides of the trail. We will also be, as I talked about, raising and replacing the bollards and also raising the catch basin manhole lids to match the new asphalt surface height. We're hoping to include 14 miles of the trail in the project. However, that's dependent upon where the bids come in based on the amount of funding that we have. So that's kind of to be seen. The next map right here. So this was the project study area that KPFF looked at. So you can see on there, they actually looked at from mile 0 all the way to miles 20.5. And we're looking at mile 0, which is at the Washington-Idaho state line, to up to mile marker 14 near Millwood there, which is also right by Argonne Road. Funding for this project. So we have $2.1 million for project construction funding. The funding sources for this project, or actually, let me take a step back. So we actually had a total of $3.5 million in funding for this project. We have $1.3 in capital funding through Washington State Parks budget. And then we had $2.2 million in the WWRP grant through the state parks category. The other funding tied to this project went towards design, tax, contingency, permitting, capital program management, and staff charges. So at this point, we have the $2.1 million for construction for the project. We did have, actually, the number on there is incorrect. This number has become a thing, but we have $270,000 in match. So the coordinating council committed through the maintenance fund $260,000 in match, and then we have $10,000 in match from the Friends of the Centennial Trail. Yes. Timing on this project, we are hoping to start this project late spring here. The construction timeline is 120 days, so we would be wrapping up the construction in the fall timeframe. So it's really important that we get this project started on time, given the climate here and when the asphalt plants close. So time is of essence, really, and KPFF is helping us right now with getting the construction ready documents to go out to bid. Oh, and then I should mention also, because I talked about it earlier, there will be a need for other phases of this project. As I said, we're hoping to get 14 miles of the overlay project, or 14 miles of the overlay out of this project. But the trail is 40 miles long, and while it's 40 miles long, not all miles of the trail need to be fixed and overlaid at this point, because some projects have happened along the trail so that they have more recent asphalt. So for example, in Riverfront Park, or even in the section that you saw yesterday when we were driving up to the stop along the Centennial Trail, the city recently redid, that whole section of the trail along the sidewalk area there as well. There are some sections between mile 14 and the state park that need to be done, but one of the biggest sections of the trail that will need to be done in one of the next phases for this project is actually all within Riverside State Park. Sorry, not Riverfront Park, but Riverside State Park. So we'll be seeking funding for phase 2 of this project in the 27-29 capital budget. Community outreach. So we have already started pretty extensive community outreach on this project. We do about 70 permitted events on the Centennial Trail each year. There are large events that, I'd say the majority start in the downtown area in Riverfront Park. Some of them also start at Riverside State Park and some start in Idaho, but some of them are pretty major events that cover a huge chunk of the trail. And so we've been working with the event coordinators to make sure they're aware of this project and the impacts and they can plan accordingly. We've already had some media coverage on this project as well. John and Lorene actually recently presented at the City of Spokane Valley Council meeting, and some media outlets picked up on it that also contacted us. So we're working on getting the word out through that channel. And then Lorene, through her newsletter, also has a great reach. So she's been doing outreach as well on the project, and we'll continue to do that. And I think one other great thing about all the groups working together is that we typically do joint outreach. So we'll work with the different communication staff for the different organizations to do social media outreach and also probably a joint news release. And then last, but certainly not least, are the 2 capital projects that we talked about. We do have the 2 projects to fix the retaining walls. The one is at the state line, as John alluded to, and then one further up on the trail. The one at state line actually has been pretty significantly impacted from the road salt. And the de-icer coming off the interstate from above. So there was a drainage pipe that was actually leaking onto the trail and causing a great deal of the damage that's been eroding away at the concrete blocks and the slope and undermining the trail in that area. So KPFF, as part of the assessment that they did, took a look at this project and came up with a really conceptual idea of how that wall could be fixed, and a conceptual and rough draft or rough cost. It was, let's see, that cost specifically was $400,000. But the key to that is, and to fixing that repair at that cost would be if the contractor was already mobilized for the asphalt overlay project. And so the other wall repair that we talked about further up on the trail, where there's a great deal of erosion and likely high water had a lot of damage, caused a lot of the damage there. That's a $200,000 project. And the same situation where if the contractor was mobilized, that's, a really rough cost estimate, but we don't have that funding right now. And as we talked about, the coordinating council and the funds that we have, if a project exceeds $25,000, state parks needs to come up with funding, whether it's capital funding or other grant funding that we're trying to, so we can fix both of these walls. And so I expect the cost of these projects to increase significantly if we're not able to add these onto the work that we're doing right now. We talked about, it's well over $1 million to fix both of these retaining walls. And with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Lorene.
Thank you, Laura. Hi, everyone. Thanks for your work, and I hope you're enjoying your time in Spokane. Last evening was lovely, and yes, it's nice to be inside versus outside this week for sure. A bit about the Friends of the Centennial Trail, and I don't want to continue to repeat everything that I'm sure some of you well know, but we're told we're the oldest official state park friends group in Washington. After the community leaders who took the Centennial Trail from a good idea to reality finished their work in 89, 90, 91. I can't quote any of them, of course, but we gather because they transitioned into a 501c3 nonprofit that through the work of coordinating all of the agencies in Spokane County, and a bit of our trail is in Stevens County as well, and then lending the trademark logo, which the Friends hold the logo trademark for the Centennial Trail. We lent it to our friends in North Idaho when they developed their 25 miles. And moving forward, probably felt that an advocacy organization at least would be the entity to take the phone calls from the public about all things trail related. So while my cell phone number was a landline for so many years, it's a lot of spam calls, but a lot of very heartfelt
public calls from folks literally out on the trail making a report about a downed tree, a concern about safety, where's the garbage can, and why isn't that bathroom open? So these are the phone calls we get. And I think State Parks is brilliant to not have to staff somebody to take the calls. So we are happy to support that through our advocacy mission and bring to you the voice of the citizens represented in this region for this trail, which is very, very beloved. And let's dive a little farther into it. Our mission obviously is to keep an eye on and encourage the maintenance, the completion, and the safety of the Centennial Trail, but also to advocate for the adjacent parklands next to the Centennial Trail, which in our footprint is everything from the asphalt and 2 feet either side is the official trail. But we hear a lot about what happens from the asphalt to the riverbank and into the Spokane River. And there's a lot of activity that is happening as this region grows in some ways that maybe we'd rather not see. But we try to stick to the asphalt and 2 feet either side. But those adjacent parklands are very important to us and to the people that we serve, and as well the connecting regional spur trails, which we'll touch on here in a minute. Our board serves 2 3-year terms, a little bit shorter than yours. So far, everybody seems to hang in. And they're all volunteers that represent different walks of life in the region. We always have somebody on our board from Avista Utilities. We always have someone on our board from Itron, which is a Liberty Lake-based IT firm. Visit Spokane is always represented as well. And we try to make sure that we always have a CPA on board and a lawyer. Those are always handy things. So with that said, we're very grateful for the time that they give us. We just met at the Green Street Trailhead at about mile 19 on the trail to visit today about the connection of the Centennial Trail with the North Spokane corridor, which if you like to follow DOT highway projects, this is a really old one because it's been on the radar for, I don't know. Lori, how long? Decades. Decades. So what is exciting for us, in addition to the highway that will get folks from the northern corridor of Spokane to I-90 in this lifetime, is also the addition of the Children of the Sun Trail running parallel to the highway that will intersect with the Centennial Trail at Green Street Trailhead. So that is one of the coordinated efforts that we shared today with the Department of Transportation staff, who met us and showed beautiful pictures and renderings of plans. This project alone will take 3 years to get to the trail and cross our fine river to head south to I-90, but work has begun. We also handed out today cleaning kits to our board members who will deliver them to all of our Adopt a Mile partners for Unveil the Trail cleanup over Earth Day weekend. And so like so many of your parks and your volunteers, Earth Day is such a prime time for our group to get out and assist. So each mile of our trail is adopted. On the printed map I've shared, you can see their logo. There is not a Starbucks drive-through at mile 13. They adopt the trail there. So their logos are represented as part of what's in it for them, for their partnership. But these groups will get out. We've got 27 groups registered through us. Rex Schultz, your local volunteer coordinator, will fill the other 40 miles, or excuse me, the other 13 miles with volunteers from throughout the community. So we've tagged at least 300 volunteers in the next 2 weeks that will be out on the trail cleaning. And then through our coordinating council partners, they will pick up the garbage bags that are tied off left at trailheads and mile markers. So at least we'll get a clean sweep and be ready for a busy season. Some of the priorities that our board has identified for this coming year, there's a lot going on, but first off is the Argonne Gap. On your printed map, it's emboldened in red from mile 14, where this asphalt overlay project will end that Laura has just walked you through, to mile 16 on Upriver Drive at Boulder Beach. Mile 16 at Boulder Beach is where the City of Spokane Parks and Recreation takes over for their part of maintaining the Centennial Trail into this urban corridor. But the Argonne Gap has been identified as our #1 priority for over 30 years since the trail was built. This 2 miles is what is classified as Class 3 trail, which means that it is part and parcel of traffic. There are bike lanes. However, it is a county thoroughfare
It gets a whole lot of gravel and salt treatment during the winter months. It's a really dangerous area to ride a bike right now because it's not been swept. The county has over 2,500 miles of streets to clear of ice and snow and then sweep again in the spring. But the Argonne Gap is really a divisive intersection, if you will, for the Centennial Trail. There are 25,000 cars a day on Upriver Drive. There are over 35,000 cars a day running north-south on Argonne Road. And part of our need to get the north-south corridor that I was just telling you about done is to maybe alleviate that growth and that traffic on Argonne running north-south. However, we think that won't be the case. The region is growing so quickly that it may just maintain that number when it finally happens. Second up is to move trail guidance and directional use to share the way and the routes through a digital trail mapping app. Because everyone has a smartphone, we'd like to meet them where they are and try to alleviate more printed maps. So we're currently researching the TREAD app through Washington State Tourism. We've had nice demos with Outer Spatial, and we hope to have a recommendation for the Coordinating Council at our May meeting. We will assist the Coordinating Council, as we always do, with the trail maintenance plan update that's needed every 6 years, and move in toward some resolution for Miracle Mile medallions that were basically the initial capital community funding for the Centennial Trail, the community match, if you will, over 30 years ago. There are over 3,800 medallions that were placed along the downtown core and out in the valley next to the trail. Over the years, they've kind of popped up out of the asphalt. And 4.5 years ago, before COVID, about 20% of them were vandalized, pulled up with a pry bar, taken to a recycling center to pawn. It's just been a dreadful and sort of nightmarish failed donor wall situation, if you will. So we are working to alleviate the stress on the donors. Many of these medallions were sold for $100 for a foot of trail for life, which isn't really an ownership situation, but it's theoretical, if you will. But they really have represented memories, they've represented events, they've represented lives, and many of these medallions have served as headstones for a lot of loved ones. So because that's been a rough situation, we hope to have some closure and some movement forward with Spokane Parks and Recreation, and we'll be sharing some messaging to that effect in a couple of weeks. We've updated the printed maps before you, kiosk posters as part of our service. Downtown Spokane, if you walked from Mary Hill back to the hotel last night, you may have seen the cranes at the bridge just to the east of us at Post Street Bridge. That is the Centennial Trail. It's been closed for 2 years for renovation. But we are hopeful that the project will be done by fall to open up really the nice bridge into Riverfront Park as part of mile 24 of the trail. We have technology in mind, and I'll get into that in a little bit here, just about the need to not only meet people where they are on their smartphones with apps and mapping, but to look at different ways that technology has impacted our recreational trail. So when this was built 30 years ago, trails were all about recreation. Today, I'm certain that you all know it's also about active transportation. And so if we can help people get out of their vehicles or keep them at home and use the Centennial Trail to commute to and from work, I think we're doing our part. We also realize that that conversation is really important when it comes to different modes of funding. But in recent years with e-technology, e-bikes, and certainly e-scooters, there's been a prevalence of that technology in different forms of how to recreate and how to actively transport yourself along the trail. Laura, did you tell me there are e-shoes last week? Who told me that there are e-shoes? I don't even know what that is.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, so it just keeps changing. But anyway, so within our park rangers and all of the jurisdictions, trying to keep an eye on technology in that mode. The city of Spokane does have a contract with Lime Scooters. It is up for renewal, we are told, this year. And we have decided to be at the table with them to have conversations about how to perhaps geofence them to certain speed limits, which they have done. From the area we were in last night, Kendall Yards, on the trail through downtown Spokane to Gonzaga University, those scooters are governed at 7.5 miles an hour. That's their top speed. So at least that is helpful. We can't control the vehicle, but the behavior, as you say, Laura, which I think is very helpful. And we know too, there's a lot of folks that don't rent e-scooters, but are buying them and owning them. And the same with e-bikes. Developing a mobile app, as I mentioned, is one of our major priorities, and really on the tourism side as well. We know the Centennial Trail is the third most visited tourist attraction in this region. And then to get the data counting to be accurate, the coordinating council has agreed to purchase up to 10 total eco-counter dashboards to track on infrared technology, bikes and pedestrian use separately in 10 locations on the trail. So having that public facing website on a dashboard for anyone to use should help with trip planning. It should help jurisdictions apply for grants, and to have that same technology. We know it's the same as the Department of Transportation. So within state agencies, having it at the desktop should be helpful. The regional trail connections are where I will close. Again, there won't be a quiz here, but just to know that over all of these years of our Centennial Trail existing, the city of Liberty Lake is a very trail-centric town. There are 2 connections built at the state line to the Centennial Trail. One is an overpass over Interstate 90. Liberty Lake has trails, I mean, nearly every half mile. And their park director likes to remind us that if their trails aren't cleared of snow by 7 a.m. on a snow day, their phone is ringing. There's a very high expectation that snow removal occurs in the city of Liberty Lake, and snow is not removed on the Centennial Trail. And Diana, I know you wanted me to mention that today, but that's an important thing, that this is a seasonal trail. But as the region grows, more and more demands are being met on our trail to be free of snow and ice and passable all year round. In Liberty Lake, we let them take care of that, but they don't remove snow on their Centennial Trail part. In the valley, in John's jurisdiction, he has great plans in the works at some point for a river loop adjacent to the Centennial Trail at miles 8 and 12, connecting on the north bank of the river, and connections into the Centennial from the southernmost Appleway Trail. In the middle of mile 14 through 16, that Argonne Gap I mentioned, we have the city of Millwood has really done some nice development, and their trail will also intersect with the Children of the Sun Trail at Green Street. We learned a little bit more about that today, but that'll be a nice connection on the south side of the river opposite the Centennial Trail. In downtown Spokane at mile 21, there are 2 connections, one at the Iron Bridge near Gonzaga University and one at the south end of Don Cardong Bridge to what is called the Ben Burr Trail, which is managed by Spokane Parks and Recreation. The Ben Burr Trail takes users into the East Central neighborhood and skirts them up kind of the southeastern section of Spokane's South Hill, with designs to get it all the way connected up to what would be, with the streets numbered, up to 57th Avenue. I mentioned yesterday, before the snow started and the rain and the hail fell, that we were really close at mile 24 to the Fish Lake Trail connection in Kendall Yards. Again, a connection in the future to the Columbia Plateau Trail and the Palouse to Cascades Trail. And then from where we stood yesterday, if we ventured over the overlook and through the rest of the West Central neighborhood, another 2.5 miles to mile 27 would be the start of Riverside State Park. So 13 miles of Centennial Trail up to Long Lake and 9 Mile Falls Recreation Area that State Parks manages. So that is the Centennial Trail in a very big nutshell. And I appreciate all of the support and assistance you have given to us as an advocacy organization. It's our pleasure to support all of you in your work, but we're very grateful for the partnerships. And I would be remiss in saying how grateful I am to have such fantastic state park staff to work with, and the staff of our park department directors here in this region. So I think we've learned that this is how jurisdictions perhaps can and should work together And if this group can be sort of a poster child of how other agencies might do the same, we'd be happy to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Questions from the commissioners? Right left. Commissioner Williams?
So thank you for that wonderful presentation. And I am actually incredibly jealous of this amazing community asset that you have that I wish we had where I lived. Anyhow, and thank you very much for the hard work that you are clearly doing to keep this asset an amazing asset. So, I mean, wow, this is great. Hats off. You mentioned, Lorraine, that you take phone calls from the public and you field questions around safety. And I was just kind of wondering, like, what kind of safety issues people bring to you, and then what do you do? Because obviously there are multiple jurisdictions here, and just how do you work with those?
That's a great question. Thank you, Holly. I would say the number one phone call that we receive right now is about illegal camping and unhoused people along the Centennial Trail. Because we follow the footprint of the Spokane River, it's a beautiful place to recreate, and that's why it was built in this footprint. But that is a huge safety concern. We survey our Centennial Trail users, the folks that interface with us, our members, our donors, and time again, there are certain sections of our trail, especially in this downtown Spokane core area, where people feel unsafe and they detour themselves around the Centennial Trail footprint because they know there's a lot of illegal activity. So that's one. Second, the safety concerns can be about cyclists in a pace line, perhaps training for the next bike ride somewhere. That is a huge high-speed issue. And really third, I think, is dogs either off leash or on leashes that are too long. I think one of the issues that happens when you're near nature, near perfect, as we like to call ourselves here, when you get on the Centennial Trail, there isn't a yellow dotted line down the middle. So people are just 2 and 3 abreast looking at the beautiful wonderment, and they don't realize it's a two-way street, essentially. So maybe we need a dotted yellow line. That might be helpful.
Thank you. I guess given those, is there anything that you would wish the state parks would be doing in their sections, given those concerns?
I would say the Riverside State Park section is pristine and beautiful. I would say that we would highly encourage our rangers and certainly our staff here to hold our jurisdictional partners accountable to their end of the maintenance. We've talked a lot about the maintenance fund donation, which is great, but it's so generous that they have agreed to this daily maintenance situation. But some jurisdictions are better kept than others.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Bounds?
Yeah, that kind of interrupted what I thought was going to be a Lake Wobegon moment. You know, I thought everything seems to be just hunky dory. But I just wanted to thank you. That was a great presentation, and thanks for participation yesterday and last night. And it's great to have, I know Laura and the other partners appreciate having someone outside of government with their eyes and ears and phones ready to ring. So that's good. I think sometimes we think of that as bad, but it's good. It's good for the agency, good for the other jurisdictions, and good for the trail. So thank you.
Last week, John called me fly in the ointment. So I'm going to take that as high praise, and maybe we'll make t-shirts. But it is one of those situations, I think, that sometimes the more direct approach that an advocacy organization can give is a very helpful one. And while we want to, honor the situations that everybody is in, I can really say it is amazing to me for folks who take public servant roles on as a career. It's an incredible thing, and my hat's off to everybody that serves at state parks. It is not easy, and if I can just take a litmus test of the phone calls I get and the emails I get, I can't imagine with the grace that you're handling, your staff is handling everything. So it's been when I started, there was no money in the budget. And then we've had COVID and there's been a lot of transition and change. But I think you have fantastic staff here and I appreciate the leadership that you're giving them. Thank you.
Other questions? I have a question, and this might be for something just to toss out more as a suggestion. I was really surprised that you said that Post Street Bridge project has been a couple of years because when we visited last summer, I distinctly recall like doing Google Maps navigation, and it navigated me to that bridge, and then there's actually literally, and I just looked to see if it's still there. There's like a little thing that says temporarily closed, but it still navigates you that way. And on foot, that's actually, especially because you might remember when we were here last summer, it was not cool. It wasn't good walking weather. It was a big detour. I was like, I might collapse. It's 110 degrees. And I'm wondering, like, is there some way where we can, that seems like something where you can put out your maps, you can put out your digital maps. People go to Google Maps. Like that's just where people go. I'm wondering if we can somehow, figure out how to work with Google to like get them to correctly get our maps at, and think, and honestly, the city, whoever is doing that project should actually do that. It shouldn't be on us, but I'm just wondering, I was like, can we fix, not just for me personally, because I can't possibly be the only person who's like, what just happened here?
Yeah.
So
And I thought it was like, oh, it must be closed for a couple days.
Laura might be able to help me a little bit with this as well. I know that when I worked here in the area that we spent copious amounts of time with Google Maps because the equestrian lane and the equestrian area of Riverside had been renamed to equestrian lane. And when we have fires there, which we have a fair amount of fire activity in that area, Google Maps doesn't, if you put in equestrian lane, it doesn't know that. And it won't take you there. So we had repeated, one of our staff members, Holly Sproul, who now works for communications and state parks, would repeatedly email them and try to get things changed. I also know that we did a state park wide effort in reconciling all of those issues across the state with Google Maps 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago. And so I think a lot of those things got fixed, but believe it or not, Google Maps is extremely challenging for us to work with for whatever reason. I don't know if it's because I know private citizens call all the time to get things changed, but we have made repeated efforts to update things on Google Maps, and it's been really hard. Laurie, I don't know if you have like any further specific insight on that. I just know from that experience.
Yeah, I don't have any more, but I would imagine the city probably has the same struggles that we do, because they would be the one, implementing the closure with Google, for the Post Street Bridge. So yeah, I don't really have any more on that. We still are facing the same challenges with them. The best we can do, and we've tried to work with when there's impacts to the trail, historically we will try and put something up on our webpage where we have an alert that talks about the impact to the trail, and it links back to that jurisdiction's webpage where they may have a detour map, specific to the trail or something like that. So that is one thing that we try to do specifically when there was construction in Riverfront Park downtown for quite a few years there. And the path of the Centennial Trail was changing course, every couple of months and everything. So we were trying to stay on top of that, through alerts on the webpage and maps and everything. But yeah, little different, but the same challenge. So
yeah.
I had a quick question that I forgot to ask a while ago, and that is for the project under I-90 that's caused by the I-90 water.
Yep.
Is WashDOT contributing any funds to that?
That's a great question. We are in the process of trying to work with WashDOT to get an on-site meeting to have some conversations around the bridge.
Right.
Yep. And the runoff. They did take steps to try and fix the leak that was happening. So that's, I think, largely been addressed. But yes, we're still in the works of trying to coordinate with them.
So that means they acknowledge it was their fault.
That might be a little.
That might be.
They do have a new region administrator here. that I actually happen to know through my past on working on the Alaskan Way Viaduct Replacement Program. He was actually the director of the Alaskan Way Viaduct Replacement Program, and I worked closely with him. He's now the Spokane Region Administrator for WashDOT. So don't think I haven't already hit him and said that we need a site visit.
Commissioner Brown?
I bicycled through the Argonne Gap. Sounds like a World War II battle site, by the way. A number of times, and I'm just having a hard time recalling how well marked it was, whether there are signs indicating you're moving from a dedicated trail to shared access. What does that look like out there?
On all of Upriver Drive, there are the T-post city street signs with the Centennial Trail logo. We donated some newer artwork signs several years back. So it's a combination of newer signs and still some of the older signs posted, but there isn't any language about where the trail changes from separated pathway that is paved onto the roadway. If you're coming from downtown Spokane, you get to Boulder Beach, which is not a great trailhead. It's got probably a dozen parking places. There's a beach access area for the river, but it's not well signed at all. So you're left with bike lanes on either side of the roadway. And I believe the speed limit is it 45 miles an hour there? It's really, traffic is moving. As you get closer to Argonne Road itself, you get adjacent to some driveways and there were some parking bumper pieces of concrete added by the county roads division probably 10 years ago. And the intention was to get the trail to the other side of them, but it's actually made it a bit more dangerous. And because the roadway isn't swept very often, it's just a great place to pop your bike tire too. It's just a tough 2 miles.
And in your PowerPoint presentation, the slide that showed your priorities for the year, you'd identified addressing this in collaboration with the county as a priority, but I'm not clear what's the solution?
Well, our first step was to put the county streets planner on our board of directors. So his name is Barry Green and he's in his 3rd year and his only job is to get this on the map. We were really clear when we invited him to join the board. I was. And Barry gets time on our agenda every month to give us a report on the Argonne Gap. So I can tell you that his report today was that the request for quote to get a consultant to do a parallel study along with a study of the actual traffic intersection is being finalized this month. And in the next couple of months, there should be a consultant named and then a study group would be formed. So there's some federal highway money to study the actual traffic situation. And then in addition, a parallel study for the Centennial Trail answer.
Is there a history of accidents in that gap?
I would say, I can't tell you that we're not able to track accidents or anything, but with that much traffic, both directions, I can't imagine what the standards of data would be, but it's a thoroughfare. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 4-lane road, and if you go south, there is a detour where you can go up to the next road and get a walking signal to cross. There's an elementary school in the vicinity that uses that intersection as well. But if you're down on the trail, and a lot of people don't want to go the extra block out of their way, so they just shoot across Argonne where no signal is, and it's coming up. It's coming up on a hill, and it's really is a very dangerous situation. And we have looked at a lot about the possibilities of, can we go under the bridge along the river? Do we have to go over the bridge? Do we just have to put in a more robust sort of intersection there for pedestrians and bicycle use? And so I'm happy to hear about this parallel study to see what comes out of it, because it is not an easy fix. It's very challenging.
Final, somewhat related question, probably Laura, for you. When we were here, I don't know, we come here every year except last year. So a few years back, we had a bad accident on the trail. We had a bicyclist yelling pizza, thinking that that would alert people to his presence. I'm not kidding you. This is pizza, pizza. That was his way of letting walkers know at a fast clip that he was moving in their direction. And two ladies were injured as a result of that. Two women were injured as a result of that. Have we had any more? You had mentioned that you have this educational piece of your program as well in terms of protocols for sharing the road and all that. But what's the latest on that front in terms of collisions or accidents?
You know, I should say, I don't know all the different accidents that take place on the Centennial Trail. That one specifically, I very much remember that happened near Kendall Yards area. I feel like all in all, accidents of that nature are very rare on the Centennial Trail, largely. And we do extensive outreach, just like John was mentioning, where we're actually targeting bike clubs. So we send out information to the different bike clubs and some of the other different groups along the Centennial Trail with information about, you know, the different rules of the trail and the etiquette so that we can help try and get that word out and address those specific things. But yeah, that specific case was really unique, and I think it's pretty rare. I don't know if either of you have any other thoughts on that, you know, but
There hasn't been one situation Mark has publicized as the hot pizza guy. But I would say that we're always encouraging our jurisdictional partners to get law enforcement to perhaps do some speed blitzes and, you know, some reminders of citing that behavior over the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. And again, you know, conversations about perhaps it is a yellow dotted line that we need to go even farther. And we're not trail standards experts. We're the advocacy group. So we would leave it to state parks to guide that conversation about what are the standards that we're seeing perhaps in other states? What are some things that are helpful to slow people down? You know, the data that came out last week about this is the fourth busiest state park in your purview with 1.9 million users a year. That's an amazing number. That's a lot of traffic. There are streets that don't see that much traffic in a year, right? So, you know, yes, we're 30 years old. Yes, we let the asphalt go for 30 years, but I think what we're finding is in this new world of active transportation, it just needs to be better. And so we're excited and we're grateful for an asphalt overlay, but for us, it also means, boy, that new asphalt needs to be seal coated every 5 years. We need to get the rest of it taken care of in a timely fashion while we can and while we have this effort together, and the funding streams have to line up. I don't know how, but we're here to help. So it's a lot of moving parts, but this is a growing region, and we don't see the user numbers ever slowing down.
And then if I may, just one final question. Perhaps not all of my colleagues know that we don't require the Discover Pass at these trailheads. And we talked about that when we've been over here before. Maybe you could just remind us of why that is.
so we require the Discover Pass at the trailheads that are within Riverside State Park. We do not require them at the other trailheads along, you know, outside of state parks jurisdiction specifically.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So why is that?
You remember?
I don't know.
I might be able to answer that question. So when the maintenance fund in 2014, I believe, when each individual entity was contributing $20,000 to the maintenance fund, that would be in lieu of charging the Discover Pass at these other trailheads. It's worth noting that whether it's Discover Pass enforcement or trail safety, like the Spokane County has one park ranger for all of their parks. So the time and effort that they can put in the Centennial Trail through their jurisdiction is very small. The city of Spokane Valley relies on the Spokane County Sheriff's Department, I believe, John.
That's correct. And then we do take 2 school resource officers become dedicated to the parks and trails during the summer. So that's been a help in the last 2 years.
And then this, excuse me, the city of Spokane has a nascent park ranger program, but they also rely predominantly on the Spokane PD to enforce any hot pizza incidents on the trail in their jurisdiction. And then for us, for the entirety of the trail and the lands that are adjacent to the trail, we have one park ranger. And his jobs are also other parts of Riverside State Park. So it's not even one person dedicated to the trail. So our ability to do Discover Pass enforcement or to do any other kind of speed enforcement or something like that are severely truncated by that lack of staffing to do that. And I will say, even if we put a dozen rangers out there as far as speed enforcement, it's really hard because we can't drive a truck down the trail chasing after people. If we have our uniformed rangers in gear, they're certainly not going to be able to, catch somebody who is speeding. So it's sort of, you have to be in the right place at the right time to get somebody. But when incidents do happen, just having the ability to do something proactive with that behavior when something happens, and word of mouth. This happens a lot in especially these larger parks like up at Mount Spokane. We have thousands of acres. Is that a lot of the clubs, when they get the information out through communications about what's acceptable and what's not, people will self-police. And that is our the advocacy role that the Friends of the Centennial Trail provides in getting that messaging out. And then, of course, our other jurisdictions, that leads to a lot of the safety elements on the Centennial Trail, as opposed to just also having a footprint. But visibility matters, and it can certainly make a difference in behavior.
Yeah, as well, that with the conversation surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion these days, what we've really ticked a box off on 30 years ago for miles 0 to 27, all of the miles outside of Riverside State Park, is a mostly class 1 separated trail that is a standard 12 feet wide, that is available to anyone wherever they recreate in any way, shape, or form. And so the opportunity for 3 decades plus has been the Centennial Trail meets you where you are and runs through a number of underserved neighborhoods by a lot of schools. And in this downtown core, we're bookended by 2 community colleges. We have Gonzaga University, we have the University District, their campus with now 2 medical schools and a lot of graduate programs through Whitworth, Eastern Washington University, and Washington State University. So the opportunity for this Centennial Trail to allow folks to traverse it is just an amazing gift. And by not asking for the Discover Pass on that 27 miles has really enabled many different people to use it and will remain so. So I think that is why it's such an important community gem for this region, why it's so beloved. When things occur, we hear about it. People take great pride in this trail, and it's their backyard, and they want it to remain safe. They want it maintained, they want it finished, and they want to be able to use it.
Any other questions? Not, thank you so much for your presentation and for coming to see us today. We are a little bit ahead, so yeah, I think we have time for a 10-minute break. If we want to reach, I guess we'd be reconvening at 3:02. Let's see if we manage that one with no clocks in the room. Huh? Okay, so we are continuing this commission work session with staff reports.
Okay, we'll go back to our Director of Parks Development, Heather Saunders.
Thank you. This has been a fun meeting. I'm not sure I've heard the term hot pizza guy in a meeting before.
In a bad way.
So I've got quite a bit to share today, and I don't think that's just the dessert talking, which is a joke for my ELT staff people. But I do think it's really relevant, and I hope I've chosen things to share with you that are relevant and meaningful to you. So one, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the planning team being here this morning and you guys having the chance to meet them all. I really appreciated Kyle's capital update. And I really do appreciate from you all the level of engagement. I appreciate the candor. I appreciate the support. So there's a lot of new leadership in Parks Development in our division, and I'm very proud of all of them. They're doing a good job and they're tackling some really kind of big systemic issues. So I wanted to share that I have about 4 major themes that I'm really prioritized and focused on right now, and then I'm going to give you a couple updates. The 4 themes are staffing, recruitment, and retention. That's one. And so with that is really, job satisfaction for our employees, promotions, professional development, leadership development. That's a big one for me. Another one is just basically our business practices, our standards of business, our, being a high performing agency and just making sure that we're bringing things up to a level, like a standard. Another one is cultivating a culture of curiosity and learning. I kind of heard this theme come up with you all before about being an adaptive management type of organization and learning from our mistakes, or not just accepting the box that we were given, but thinking about how do we need to change and adapt. And then the 4th is this sort of systems, very large systems type work, kind of rehauling the capital and facilities program, thinking about what our long-term goals are, how are we making decisions that will get us towards those long-term goals in 40, 50 years. And I did want to just point out, because you asked, Commissioner Dannenberg, there's been 4 promotions within just the planning, real estate, and partnerships group in my team. And I'll talk a little bit about the staffing for capital, but it's something that I'm really focused on. But of course, it creates a vacancy. But that's okay. And I'm not as funny as John, and I don't have pictures. I'm very serious. Okay, so staffing, bad news first. Our partnership program manager, Valerie Roberts, decided to take another position. She was, I think all of you had a chance to meet her. Wonderful personality, very community oriented, and it's a big loss for us, but I'm very happy for her. On the plus side, since February, we've had 6 new employees, 4 of them in capital, 2 in the Eastern region. So I think you've been hearing from me and others that the Eastern region has been, really working at a deficit. Even with those hires, are still at 70% capacity. So we've still got some work to do. Amber and I have been working together on kind of a long-term plan for the capital program and staffing there and how we're going to fill those vacancies. So we're starting to execute that. And then we also have 2 new staff, one in planning and real estate. So we're building up. We are about to put out a recruitment for the division manager, which will actually be like a deputy person for me. They'll be a second in command, but they'll also be the person that's kind of spearheading this facilities capital. That's going to be their big bailiwick, their big job, if we can find the right person. And we'll be recruiting for Valerie's position too. So you'll be hearing a lot about the budget today. We're faring really pretty fairly well in the capital and operating budgets. We're happy, I think, overall. You've heard about it from Kyle, you'll hear about it from Owen, and you'll hear about it from Laura, so I won't belabor those points. Some things my staff wanted me to tell you, and I think you guys all know this, but we're really excited to have Bear Creek under contract, and thank you, Commissioner Rod, for your advice and how we approach that process. We also purchased 80 acres at Deception Pass and 50 acres at Green River Gorge. So the real estate program continues to chip away at, our long-term acquisition goals as opportunities come up. And Nikki is doing a fantastic job, I just have to say, in her role as planning and real estate program manager. And then Emily Jacobs, our interpretive program manager, asked me to tell you that, in case you didn't know, we've started an interpretive certification program for state parks. Emily came to us from the National Association for Interpreters, so she's got a lot of experience there. She just certified 20 people as certified interpretive guides with the National Association of Interpretation. And then I don't know if you'll talk about rebooting the stewardship training, but it came up here. And so Emily and Lisa have been working together to make interpretation a part of the stewardship training. And they did their first class last week, had 30 people. So that's really great. She's doing a great job. So those are my highlights.
Those all the certification staff, or are there also some volunteer
I don't
folks
actually
that-
know. I
that
assume,
are
do you know?
certified? Okay.
Yes.
So the certificate, she's trained staff, and then they get certification for having been trained.
Yeah.
And so they can do certain interpretation.
I think
So then
she's-
the question would be whether if she's also expanding that then to some situations where there are volunteers that have that time and capacity and skill set to get certified and
Mhm.
to have some kind of acknowledgement of.
I do know, I can't answer that question specifically, but I do know that Emily, like one of her goals is to professionalize interpretation for state parks and to have a system by which people that are doing interpretation in our parks, even if they aren't staff, that they have that same standard and that it's being vetted through the park. So we don't have people that are maybe doing things that are inconsistent with our values.
Right, exactly. Which can happen.
But I'll ask her and I'll get back to you on that question.
I understand that that piece of property under contract, and they are doing a phase 1 environmental. And not a concern, it is the clarification point is when you get phase 1, let's not think, holy moly, the sky is falling and we have big problem.
Okay.
Let's have some professional people look at that assessment, the result of the assessment, before we kind of lose the deal.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next I'd like to call on Lisa Lance, our Stewardship Director.
Thank you. I wanted to start by following up on some things that have come up during today's meeting, and I don't just mean hot pizza guy, but I will start with talking about stewardship certification training, or stewardship training in general. So during Andrea's presentation, there was a question about how field staff gets incorporated into stewardship work that we do. So one of the things that wasn't discussed earlier was just the value of ad hoc training that happens every day in the field, whether it's our region stewards, our historic preservation planner, working directly with staff in the parks. That's happening on a regular basis. But we do also have more formal training that I just wanted to update you on. So Heather already alluded to stewardship certification training. So for those of you, well, actually, there's been enough of a pause that I guess for most of you, I just want to briefly talk about what our stewardship certification training consists of. So historically, it was 6 classes. So it was open to all permanent employees. So there were 6 classes as well as a project. And after completion of that, people completed their stewardship certification, got the coveted golden salamander, as Director Dupuy alluded to earlier. We've decided to compress that down into 5 classes because we're going to combine 2 of them. So the classes that are part of stewardship certification include interpretation, which we were just talking about, West Side ecosystems, East Side ecosystems, trails, as well as cultural resources. And so we'll be combining what was previously cultural resources and principles of historic preservation.
So as you might notice, two of those areas of specialty are not technically within the stewardship division, interpretation and trails. So these are things that our staff are managing out in the field, and we want to give them the technical expertise to work with. So the stewardship division does receive a training allotment. And so I worked closely with Emily for the training that she put on last week, because Emily has a passion for training given her past background. We may be doing that a couple of times this year, depending on what budget allows. So our focus right now has been on staff interested in certification training. We certainly have historically made opportunities available to volunteers and things as we have capacity to do that. So we just completed that class the first week of May. We will be hosting Westside Ecosystems up at Deception Pass. And so that class will be taking place this spring as well. And then last fall, we had an introductory resource management class. Actually, we'd had two of them in November. And I will say it was more popular than I could have ever imagined. It never occurred to me that we would have space for 100 people in Tacoma and that would not be enough, but it was not. So we have made arrangements to have a class in do it one full day class instead of two half-day classes. I know a couple of you had expressed an interest in attending this class at some point in time. So we do have one coming up on May 10th. And so hopefully we'll be able to provide that training to more of our headquarters staff as well. I did want to follow up a little bit on archaeology. We talked a little bit about the situation at Lyons Ferry, but I wanted to provide you with some summary statistics about what's been going on in the archaeology program. So in 2022, our archaeology staff reviewed 181 projects. So when you hear about capacity and staffing needs, that's a lot of work, 181 projects. And historically, our archaeology program has been focused on capital projects, but to let you understand sort of how this has expanded over time, of that 181 projects, only 21 of those were capital projects. So our staff is reviewing all manner of things from fiber optic projects in IT to scientific research permits. So the estimate is that they would call 131 of those large projects versus, smaller things such as reviewing a scientific research permit, but the workload is large. The second thing that we're beginning to tackle is historically in archaeology, all of our workload has been focused on regulatory compliance. So in other words, doing archaeology surveys and reviews, typically associated with capital projects. But we haven't in fact focused on managing the cultural resources that we know we have within the park system. So we've begun doing some, what I'll call them proactive archaeology surveys, where we know or have reason to believe that we have significant cultural resources to have a better handle on those. And we do have a request in, a budget request in that would provide us with an additional archaeologist who would be focused on managing cultural resources instead of on that regulatory compliance element. One other thing that's been going on in archaeology is we work to comply with Governor's Executive Order 2102 on consultation related to cultural resources. Under Governor's Executive Order 0505, we had a programmatic agreement. So there was a list of certain exemptions that we didn't have to go through the full consultation process on. We're working on a new programmatic agreement. It's been sent out to the tribes for review at the moment. So we're hopeful that we can bring that on, because that 181 reviews that we did would be larger if we weren't working off of some exemptions. So we've been working to update that list so that we can streamline that review process. Another thing that's been going on is I've sort of I wouldn't say stolen, been gifted, I'm not sure, a region manager. Matt Niles, who's been our Southwest region manager for several years, is coming to work in stewardship in a project position focused on seashore conservation area management. So Matt is tackling a number of things, including some contracts with the consultants, dealing with looking at sea level rise and impacts to some of our coastal infrastructure, as well as literature review on a number of topics, including recreational impacts to wildlife, impacts of fireworks on water quality, and other things. So he's tackling that, and we anticipate he will be working in the coming couple of years on helping to just tackle a lot of issues that have been out there for a while related to our ocean beaches, and we haven't really had the capacity to take those on. So I mentioned the sea level rise work that Matt has been doing. That is just part of a larger body of work that's taking place right now that will be completed by the end of the biennium. This is a special funds that we got this biennium that will be looking at the impacts of sea level rise on coastal infrastructure. And we hope to be able to provide you with some information on the outcome of that study at the July Commission meeting. And then just a couple of things. We're very excited. We've been working with IT. We're going to be moving forward with some acquisition of software to work related to being able to manage our lands. So right now, Andrea talked to you of some restoration work that we've been doing. A lot of that in terms of when we've done something, what the treatment has been, what the success of that is in somebody's head right now. When I retire, there will be a couple decades worth of work in Southwest region that I've had staff say, well, where is that? Or why do you know that? And I'm like, well, it's in my head. So we're working on really pulling together all those information sources in a way that they can be geo-referenced. So if you go into a park map and you click on it, you will be able to see, you know, there was a treatment here of such and such in 2023, and we can track that better over time. One of the exciting things about this software is it has the potential to be expanded in a lot of different ways, whether that's where we are, how many things we permit in an area, some of our property or real estate things, even potentially maintenance or some of our capital project work. So very excited about being able to move forward with that. And then I will just briefly end with staffing. I had been really excited because we had hired a new arborist. It was our only vacancy in stewardship, and I was feeling super smug about it. And as a punishment for my smugness, we had another arborist, you know, resign within the month. So we're working on recruiting for that position, and hopefully we'll be able to get back to being fully staffed soon.
I do have a question, Lisa. I think maybe the last time or the time before you presented, you were explaining some of the challenges with all the older buildings we have, and we have a lot of historic properties, of meeting some of the climate mandates. But I talked also with Kyle a little bit about it as we were just walking around yesterday. And I think I might not understand the mandate super well, that it only applies to buildings of a certain size. Is that, or maybe just you could sort of expound a little bit upon, you know, what we're going to be potentially required to do.
Sure. So so I'm not sure about the mandate that Kyle might be referring to, but legislation that was passed in 2021 is a mandate for all state agencies for greenhouse gas reductions. And so agencies are mandated to reduce our greenhouse gas reductions by 95% by 2050. And that's based on a 2005 baseline. So that is a challenge for us as we move forward. We have so we've been focused on sort of the low hanging fruit, which is transportation, but that only makes up about 30% of our greenhouse gas emissions as an agency. So dealing with some of our buildings, looking at them, seeing how they could be made more energy efficient, seeing how we can better use things like solar energy and things like that in places where they're appropriate, are going to be very key in moving forward. And one of the challenges that we have as we look at constructing things within our state parks is everything we add, unless it is zero emission, is making our lives harder in terms of meeting that 95% reduction mandate. So moving forward, it's going to have to be definitely coming together, working closely with Parks Development and the capital program, working with operations to really target what are the most important buildings in our inventory, looking at our most significant historic resources and seeing what we can do to make that all work and come together and make progress towards those reduction targets.
Well, I'm not sure I'm reassured.
No. I'm not sure you should be at this point. It's something we're working through. There's a lot in front of us to try and tackle.
Okay. Next, I'd like to call on Owen Rowe, our legislative director.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll keep my remarks pretty short today because you'll hear from me tomorrow on a legislative update. It is a big day in the legislature today. Today is opposite house cutoff. That's a huge hurdle. So after 5 p.m. today, only initiatives, alternatives to initiatives, budgets, and bills necessary to implement the budget may be acted upon. And I'm very pleased to let you all know that the dinosaur bill, the state dino bill, was just placed on third reading and final passage as I walked up to the desk here. So that bill appears that it will finally pass this session. So we'll hear a little bit more about why that's important to state parks tomorrow. We'll see. I will definitely do that.
Dino onesie.
You'll have to wear that to the bill.
Yeah,
the bill
it's a
sign.
big tail.
We'll have to talk to Claire about producing some T-shirts or something like that as well. We've talked a little bit about some of the concerns that the tribes have raised in the last couple of centennial accords about the impact of recreation, the increase in recreation, especially as a result of the pandemic, on their tribal reserved rights. And so we've worked closely with the other two land management agencies, DNR and Fish and Wildlife, as well as the governor's office, to put together budget requests to be able to kind of have that conversation with the tribes, look at how we might manage together more effectively. And so the governor's office sent a letter out to all 29 federally recognized tribes about 2 weeks ago, inviting them to have a conversation on April 27th with the Commissioner of Public Lands, Hillary Franz, the Director of Fish and Wildlife, Kelly Susswind, and our Director, Diana Dupuy. So that is scheduled to happen on the 27th, and that's just going to be an introductory conversation to let them know that we've heard their concerns and that we're interested in having some conversations, and we're interested in hearing from them how they like to proceed on this. So really early into those conversations. A couple of updates from the boating program. Our Clean Vessel Act program, Rob Sendak provided a little bit of an update on that, as well as everything else going on in the boating program. Just passed out our annual grants for construction, renovation, and maintenance of marine sewage facilities. We received 5 applications on our coastal project grant list. We were able to fully fund all 5 of them. Passed out $550,000 in federal money from the Dingle Johnson Trust Fund. And that leveraged a 25% state match of nearly $200,000. So that'll go a long way to keeping our waters clean. Our marine law enforcement coordinator, Matt Stowers, is retiring soon. He's done a great job over the last several years working with our marine law enforcement jurisdictions across the state to distribute capacity grants to marine patrols, and also our vessel registration, the state's vessel registration money. He's done a tremendous job, and so we'll be recruiting for that position soon. So thank you, Matt. And then I had one other update from the boating program that slipped my mind right now, but it'll come to me. Well, I will update you tomorrow. I forgot to write that down, but that's it for now, and then you'll hear from me tomorrow.
Thank you, Owen. So we've already heard from our HR director today, and we'll be having presentations by our tribal director and administrative services director tomorrow. Our DEI director is currently on maternity leave. We will have a DEI update tomorrow. And our communications director has only been in place for about 3 weeks, so she does not have a lot of updates right now. So we've kind of run to the end of staff updates. Becky does have some logistics for our May meeting.
Am I on? Yep. So our next meeting is virtual on May 31st, and we have set the time for 1 to 3 p.m. We may not go all the way to 3. You received your team's invite yesterday, so you should have it on your calendars, but you can free up the rest of your day except for 1 to 3.
That's it. Thank you, Becky. And that is all.
I just want to thank Owen for a great job when we went up to the hill and how helpful he is. We're lucky as state agency to have a person like him handling our legislative affairs. Just want to tell you thank you.
Thank you. That's very nice to hear. I really appreciate that.
That's it.
Oh, and you certainly make the legislative process less painful. And so I would second that. This being my first sort of trip down this particular lane as director, and extremely grateful for your leadership in this, keeping staff updated, and everything that you did for in January for us to meet with people and talk with them. And your efforts are outstanding, and we are definitely a better agency for it. So thank you.
Truly my pleasure. What better a thing to advocate for in the legislature than a tremendous state park system that we all know and love. So feelings mutual. Thank you.
With that, if we don't have any more questions, comments, all right, our meeting is adjourned.